Chapter 1143. The City of Justice, including the surrounding islands near the sea, had all opened up trial battlefields. The so-called trial battlefields were all the beaches of the City of Justice and the surrounding villages and towns near the sea. According to the distance of the sea, they were divided into different levels. For example, the Reef Beach could be called one of the lowest trial battlefields. Han Fei's idea was very simple, which was different from fishing on the sea in the future. At this time, there was no so-called safe area in the sea. Therefore, he directly adopted the combat mode on the Scattered Stars Island. Of course, after formulating various policies, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan went to sea again. The reason was that the resources of the Avenger had been consumed by more than 60% as early as a month after the establishment of the City of Justice. The low tax of the City of Justice could only maintain a daily balance between supply and demand. The Avenger fleet was like a ghost wandering on the sea. About every year or so, they would come back. Under normal circumstances, only the ordinary Avenger would come back, but the main ship wouldn't. As for Jiao Wuxing, because he had become an explorer, he was left in the city, which made him feel very aggrieved. At this moment, the Avenger fleet had been here for almost a year. The 10 big ships that accompanied it had basically gone back once. Unlike the previous Avenger fleet, the current Avenger fleet's formation had changed. The prototype of a tyrannical big ship had appeared, which was all thanks to Han Fei. Han Fei was carving arrays at the bottom of the ship at this moment, and no creatures dared to approach him. Shimin Linglan appeared beside Han Fei. The big clans seemed to be really quiet now. After many collisions with the City of Justice, it is said that the big clans have moved their exploration direction to the north. Han Fei said casually, "No, this is just the forbearance of the big clans. I said we have 500 years, but in fact, it would be good if we could have 50 years. If those venerables recover, the big clans will definitely infiltrate the City of Justice again." Shimin Linglan was shocked. 50 years? So fast. Han Fei smiled. For the venerables, 50 years is nothing. If it is necessary, let alone 50 years, even if it is 500 years or 5,000 years, they can bear it. Although I have the support of the people, there are still too few strong masters. You need to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Shimin Linglan frowned. As long as I can completely devour the Taoist aura of those venerables, it is only a matter of time before I become a peak-level law enforcer. 50 years might be possible. Han Fei said with a smile, "Don't underestimate your potential. The strength of your spiritual heritage only determines the speed of your cultivation. You have the venerable bone, so it's impossible for you to be slower than those geniuses. The most important thing was to become a peak-level explorer and to break through to become a venerable. That was what needed to be truly enlightened. Your Grand Tao has already been confirmed. Peak-level explorers won't be a problem for you. The Exalt realm is the key to you." Shimin Linglan replied indifferently. "What about you? Are you suppressing your cultivation again?" Han Fei chuckled. "I'm used to it." Shimin Linglan asked curiously. "I don't understand. Why are you suppressing your cultivation? If you become an explorer, I'm afraid you won't have many opponents in the explorer realm." Han Fei thought to himself, if I continue to make breakthroughs, too many things will change. At this moment, the City of Justice had just gotten back on track. "I don't dare." Han Fei smiled. "Because I take a different path. This path is extremely difficult. You will need to cultivate every realm to perfection." Shimin Linglan's gaze turned serious. "It's that hard? What path is it?" Han Fei glanced at her and said casually, "Invincible." Shimin Linglan felt as if a mountain had hit her chest. Invincible? In this world, who dares to say that they are invincible? If Han Fei chose this path, wouldn't it be the strongest path? However, after witnessing so many miracles, she felt that Han Fei had always been the strongest. Shimin Linglan nodded. "I believe you. I'll wait for you to become a venerable. However, we have plenty of time. It's time to go back. Take your time." "Okay." At the port of the City of Justice, someone was running wildly at the port. "The Avenger is back." A large group of law enforcers and hidden fishers came to greet them. Everyone shouted in unison, "Welcome back to the city, City Master." Zhao Wuxing stood on the deck. "How is it, Captain, General Han? Has anyone become an explorer? I've been sitting in the city every day, and my brain has become big." Among the former members of the Avenger, a thin man was pushed out, looking speechless. Zhao Wuxing roared, "Yang Xiaogao, you become an explorer now? Okay, from today on, you stay in the city, and I'll go back to the ship." "Huh, you're really a good brother." Yang Xiaogao was speechless. "No, old Jia, you're so familiar with the City of Justice. I can't do it." Zhao Wuxing said angrily, "T. I do nothing but sign and dig out the inventory every day. Anyone could do this job. If you're my brother, let's do it one by one. I promise I'll create a new explorer for you next year." Shimin Linglan said with a black face, "Okay, you're too loud. Is there anything big in the city this year?" Zhao Wuxing waved his hand. "Captain, don't worry. Nothing happened. General Han's plan is being carried out as planned. This year, 356 new law enforcers and 3,108 hidden fishers were born. I don't remember the rest. Anyway, many people have improved. This is all thanks to you and General Han." Hearing this, Han Fei felt that this was a lot. In such an era, it was already very exaggerated that so many strong masters were born in a year. Of course, this was only the first year. It might not be so good in the future. Shimin Linglan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Han Fei. "So many." Han Fei smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. This is only the first year. In the next 10 years, there will definitely be explorers." Zhao Wuxing howled. "Unfortunately, to become an explorer, one has to pass the lightning tribulation. This year, 3 people passed the tribulation and all died." Han Fei frowned. "Next time someone wants to pass the tribulation, let them wait for a year. When the Avenger returns, help them pass the tribulation." Zhao Wuxing nodded and suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, General Han, do you know a man named Chao Xian? This man said that he had your father's last wish and relic for you. However, he insisted on seeing you in person. I detained him in the City Lord's mansion." Shimin Linglan was surprised. "Who are you talking about? Wang Han's father?" Han Fei frowned too. "Take me to him." In the City Lord's mansion, Chao Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that as long as General Han didn't return to the great desolate village, he wouldn't find his father's relic. This was an opportunity. He had to see General Han in person. Besides, although he stayed in the City Lord's mansion, the rich spiritual energy there could help him continue to polish his realm. Once he became a hidden fisher, he would definitely not be weak. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in Chao Xian's small yard. Zhao Wuxing shouted, "General Han, it's this guy. He doesn't trust me and refuses to give me anything." Chao Xian was shocked. If he guessed right, the young man and the arrogant woman in front of him must be General Han and City Lord Shimin. Chao Xian quickly got up and said respectfully, "I'm Chao Xian. Nice to meet you, City Lord and General Han." Han Fei said casually, "You mean you have my father's relic?" What Han Fei could think of was the wooden turtle and a bag of things that he forgot to take with him before he left. Chao Xian quickly said, "A year ago, I received a teaching mission from the great desolate village. Because the former residence of the City Lord and General Han became a place that people yearned for, I boldly lived in General Han's house and accidentally discovered secret. General Han doesn't know." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where is it?" Chao Xian hurriedly said, "It's actually on me. I've been carrying it with me." Zhao Wuxing was stunned. "That's impossible. I've seen it. Where is it?" Chao Xian smiled shamefully. "Actually, it's nothing special. So, Lord Jia didn't notice it." With that said, Chao Xian took out the letter and the ring from a table in his room. Zhao Wuxing was speechless. "You didn't hide such an important thing?" Han Fei patted Zhao Wuxing's shoulder and said, "You don't understand. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Your attention is focused on the most valuable part of him." When Han Fei saw the ring on the letter, his pupils suddenly constricted. This is the time ring? He had always ignored a problem. He thought that his soul had just transmigrated. Why did the time ring follow him here? but it's limited to you. The moment the time ring appeared, he immediately understood something. Calmly, Han Fei flipped his hand, put away the ring, and then opened the envelope to read. Both Shimin Linglan and Zhao Wuxing looked at Han Fei, because Han Fei's brows had been frowning. In fact, Han Fei was thinking it's not surprising that the reincarnation secret realm was picked up. He had been thinking, how do I get out of the reincarnation soul realm? However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of the simplest question. Did I really come to the reincarnation soul realm? After all, the top 5 soul realms all had a way to get out. However, he didn't know how to go back to the reincarnation soul realm. Many heavenly talents from the big clans in the Thousand-Star City had entered it. But had he met them? No, not even once, and there are no signs. Han Fei was thinking at this moment. The Beast King said that the River of Time was extremely difficult to cross. Then, what if the River of Time and a normal reincarnation soul realm were 2 different places? Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. The entrance he came in was in the 5th soul realm. At this time, when he saw the time ring, Han Fei would inevitably think of the time dragon carp. Could it be that he didn't actually enter the soul realm by accident? If this was the case, would there be any changes when he wore this time ring? Could this be the way out? Shimin Linglan asked, "What's wrong?" Han Fei had no scruples with Shimin Linglan and handed the letter directly to Shimin Linglan. Under Shimin Linglan's astonished gaze, Han Fei looked at Chao Xian and said lightly, "Yes, it's quite important. I can give you several choices. One is to board the Avenger, but I won't give you any reward. The other is to teach you a heaven-level, divine-quality body tempering technique. The third is up to you." Han Fei knew that Chao Xian must have something to ask of him after waiting for a year. This was a human instinct. However, he didn't know when he had become someone else's opportunity. The time ring that Chao Xian brought was indeed extremely important. He was willing to give it to him. Chao Xian was immediately refreshed, and his body straightened. Boarding the Avenger? That was not easy to get on. It was said that there were no weaklings on the Avenger. However, a heaven-level, divine-quality body tempering technique was extremely valuable. Even the third option was enough for him to ask for a large number of resources. General Han and the city lord would definitely give him what he wanted as long as he could afford it. However, from the first option, Chao Xian saw the hope of becoming a real master. Compared to the last 2 temptations, they were all temporary. However, if he could board the Avenger, Chao Xian's eyes were firm. "I choose to board the Avenger." Zhao Wuxing rubbed his head and shouted, "Boy, if you choose the last 2 options, I really want to slap you to death. Do you even need to think about it? Damn it, you are definitely the weakest person on the Avenger." Since the rise of the City of Righteousness, the standard of living of human beings had not skyrocketed. However, a series of fancy urban planning had brought the city and the surrounding villages and towns to life. The Reef Beach had become a place for the young people of the grand desolate village to cultivate. As for this cultivation, it had changed from training to actual combat. Strong masters would take over the task and come to guard the place to prevent accidents from happening. After a year of development, a bounty hall had been built next to the village leader's house. All kinds of bounty tasks began to gradually move from the city to the villages and towns. The people of the City of Righteousness no longer stuck to the City of Righteousness, but would travel to the surrounding villages and towns to see if there were suitable tasks. This morning, under the peach tree in front of Han Fei's house in the grand desolate village, Yu Shuai heard a lot of chatter outside. He pushed the door impatiently and said angrily, "What are you shouting for? The trial will start in half an hour." "Huh, who are you?" Yu Shuai suddenly saw a man and a woman standing under the peach tree at the door. The woman stood there. Her imposing manner was daunting. The man squatted and was carving a steel. However, there were no words on the steel. There were complicated lines drawn on it, which looked like an array. The man looked back at him. Suddenly, Yu Shuai shivered and exclaimed, "I'm Yu Shuai. Nice to meet you, General Han and City Lord Shimin." Yu Shuai broke out in a cold sweat. A year ago, when the Avenger entered the city, he watched the whole process. Didn't all the teachers live in Han Fei's house? Why did the 2 of them come when it was his turn? "Huh, City Lord? General Han? Are you General Han?" Wow, did I see General Han? The group of children immediately burst into an uproar. What they admired most now was General Han, because the people on the Avenger were always bragging about Han Fei's story. After all, Han Fei was more violent and could tear strong enemies apart with his bare hands. Hoop! A child ran to tell, General Han is here, General Han is here. Han Fei smiled and carved a name with both hands. Wang Luan. Han Fei put down the steel, half of it in the soil, and said with a smile, It's okay. You can continue to live here. I probably won't come back in the future. Yu Shuai didn't dare to speak, mainly because he didn't know what to say. Han Fei glanced at the big house next door and said lightly, Let's go and have a look. Shimin Linglan nodded slightly. Han Fei stepped on an array, and mysterious lines appeared, supplemented by a spirit-gathering array. After 100 minutes, a small array was completed. However, Yu Shuai didn't dare to underestimate this array. The spiritual energy here was several times richer in an instant. Besides, he could see knife intent flowing in the array. It must be a killing array. Outside the killing array, there was a barrier. This barrier alone couldn't be broken by ordinary people. And this was just to guard a steel. When Yu Shuai was still looking at the steel in a daze, and when the group of children was still excited to come up and say hello, the two of them suddenly disappeared with a swish. Next door, the big house of the library hadn't opened, but an old man was already sitting on a chair, his face expressionless. When he saw Han Fei and Shimin Linglan, the old man raised his head with a smile. Miss, you're awesome. You become a city lord. Shimin Linglan had a complicated look in her eyes. Grandpa Su, I just learned that you actually have the strength of a peak-level hidden fisher. The old man laughed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wang Han, did you awaken your spiritual sense? Han Fei nodded slightly and threw a divine healing technique on the old man, but it didn't work. The old man shook his head and said, Don't waste your energy. I've been here for too long. It can't be cured. Besides, it was cut off by a strong person. Only someone with the strength of a venerable can cure it. Shimin Linglan suddenly said, So, Grandpa Su, you knew everything back then? The old man grinned and said, Back then, Wang Luan was a soldier under my command. He once asked me to take a look at this kid. When I came, I found out that this kid was amazingly talented. Wang Luan once tested his spiritual heritage. It was level 7, but when I came to check, it had become a level 9 spiritual heritage. However, when the Shimin family was in trouble, I thought that Miss and I were both abandoned, so I came here. If this kid rises, Miss will still have something to rely on. The old man said leisurely, Who knows? You met him as soon as we arrived. The old man rambled on and on. In the end, he said slowly, The big clans won't give up. Miss, you haven't grown up enough. Only when you are no longer afraid of the venerable can you truly protect the city of justice. Shimin Linglan nodded. Even if I can't do it, Wang Han can. The old man didn't deny it. He said lightly, Go back. The city of justice is just getting better. I'm still waiting for its glory. Shimin Linglan said, Grandpa Su, aren't you going back with us? The old man sneered. The grand desolate village is good. Really good. I didn't die at sea before. It's not easy for me to live the rest of my life in peace. Miss, are you willing to let me go back? Shimin Linglan said, Someone can take care of you. The old man shook his head. I don't want to cause trouble for others. Everyone has their own things to do. Me too. If a sea monster dares to set foot in the grand desolate village in the future, I can still kill them. Han Fei smiled. That's good. The old man glanced at Han Fei with a smile. Right? You know me well. Go and do your own things. I'll wait and see. The children who came later didn't see Han Fei and Shimin Linglan again. But the tombstone and peach tree in front of Han Fei's house became sacred grounds. People often came to see them. After leaving the grand desolate village, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan only stayed in the City of Justice for 3 days. They made some city planning arrangements and then went to sea again. 12 years later, in the sea outside the City of Justice, EU flew over. Captain, the Dongfang family ship. They seem to have encountered a big demon in the Explorer realm. They're fighting now. Shimin Linglan's eyes were cold. Turn around and rob. He was now a peak-level law enforcer. She sneered. It's only been 12 years, and they have already started to take action. They have crossed the line many times, especially in the past 2 years. They have robbed us of a lot of resources. Shimin Linglan said, this is the personality of a big family. They're only fighting for resources now. Once they have enough strength to rob resources, the internal war will start. Han Fei flew over from a big black ship and said indifferently, the City of Justice has already been established. They just want to pick the fruits of the labor. The Civil War will last a few years at most, but the City of Justice is not what it used to be. Once they succeed, they will have hundreds of years to slowly make people forget the existence of the Avenger as long as the current situation remains unchanged. Cough. Han Fei's body trembled slightly. Shimin Linglan's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked, how are you? Han Fei shook his head. I'm fine. Maybe it's just some memories. Shimin Linglan said, are you unable to suppress your realm? Han Fei smiled. I'm fine. After this, I'll go to the 100,000 Mountains and see the Beast King. Shimin Linglan nodded. I'll go with you. Han Fei waved his hand. No need. The Avenger needs someone. I'll be back soon. It will take at most half a month. On the other side, huge waves were surging, and the sky was filled with blade lights. A clam girl was fighting with a human. Hey, how many years has it been since the Battle of the Venerables ended? How dare you come to the human territory? Your shell is not bad. I'll take it. The clam girl was not in the mood to fight anymore. She was fighting while retreating. Suddenly, the clam girl was shocked. She put away the long silk in her hand and closed her shell. Swish! However, she was one step too late. A streak of black light appeared and rushed in before the shell closed. Ah! A miserable scream came from the shell. Don't eat me. On the other side, Dongfang Ming's face changed greatly. He slashed at the two machetes in the air. Gotcha! What? Advanced Explorer, Shimin Linglan? Huh! Hundreds of beasts appeared in the sky. Dongfang Ming was shocked, and a thought flashed in his mind. Wang Han is here too. Is the Avenger here? Crash! A huge blood shadow shark with thousands of bloody scars appeared in the sky. It seemed to be trying to stop Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. However, he was only an intermediate explorer. How could he be a match for such a person? Han Fei used the draw technique and slashed at the blood shadow shark with the void lines. Shimin Linglan, who was already an advanced explorer, turned into mist and joined the battle. Her two blades instantly pierced at Dongfang Ming. Puff! Chilla! Half of Dongfang Ming's body exploded, but he took the blow with the help of the blood shadow shark. Of course, his spiritual beast died in the end. A battle between two strong masters happened in the blink of an eye, not to mention that he was ambushed by two strong masters. Dongfang Ming roared, Shimin Linglan, the big clans have moved away. You don't have to kill them for resources, do you? Han Fei transformed the infinity water into a knife and instantly shattered the void torn by Dongfang Ming. He said coldly, I'll kill anyone who crosses the border. Many ships from the City of Justice have disappeared recently. I think you did it. Kill them. Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder and could be heard hundreds of kilometers away. No one dared to approach him. Wang Han, you're provoking a war. Huh. Han Fei responded to him with 100-beast, soul-suppressing roar. When the black mist surged, the two sides fought again. Dongfang Ming no longer had a chance to make a sound and died. On the other side, Yu had already led her people to the enemy's ship, trying to wipe them all out. As for the clam girl, Little Black swallowed her for a while, but Han Fei suddenly felt that Little Black was in danger and instantly took Little Black back. Humph! You're courting death. Han Fei's sacrificing punch burst out, and terrifying energy escaped, punching the clam girl into the bottom of the sea. Just when Han Fei was about to attack again, energy escaped from his only major acupoint, making Han Fei's body tremble slightly. Seeing this, Shimin Linglan said, I'll take care of it. You take a rest. Han Fei didn't care anymore, but frowned. He knew that he couldn't suppress it anymore. Alas, I can't hold on much longer. First update. asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1144. On the Avenger, Shimin Linglan took care of the seriously injured clam girl and rushed back immediately. Shimin Linglan said eagerly, "Idiot, how are you? I felt the energy in your body just now. Are you going to make a breakthrough?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I can't control my power in battle." Shimin Linglan was nervous. "Then you'd better not fight for now." Han Fei shook his head. "I'm going to the 100,000 mountains. Take the Avenger back. Be careful in case the big clans retaliate. They must have learned the news by now." Shimin Linglan frowned. "You really don't want me to go? You've never left me in your life." Han Fei was amused. "So I'll be snatched away by a big fish if I go alone?" Shimin Linglan snorted. Seeing that Han Fei was still naughty, she said seriously, "Yang Xiaogao is also on the ship. He's also an explorer. He can handle it." Han Fei shook his head. A junior explorer and an advanced explorer are two completely different concepts. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Shimin Linglan nodded helplessly. "Then hurry up. If you don't come back in half a month, I'll go to the 100,000 mountains to find you." Han Fei grinned. "Okay." Han Fei stopped 10,000 kilometers away from the Avenger, his face cold. He couldn't hold back his power for long. Once he made a breakthrough, he would definitely reach the peak, and he would be very strong. At that time, the injury to his soul would be completely healed. Would he be able to recover the rest of his memory then? He didn't know yet. After all, there seemed to be some restrictions. However, the consequences of this breakthrough were unpredictable. If he really did remember, he might be directly sent out of this space under certain concealment. Han Fei didn't want to go back, but he had some things to deal with. After everything here was settled, he would leave with peace of mind. Of course, even if he made a breakthrough, he might not go back, but Han Fei couldn't take the risk. Han Fei floated in the air and thought for about 2 hours before he turned around and flew in the direction of the Storm Strait. Beast King Valley. Wang Han, you're finally willing to come back. Idiot, why are you only an advanced law enforcer? Little Wang Han, do you want to fight? I'm 8 Blue. The Beast King roared, "Go and play. Disciple, come with me." When there was no one around, the Beast King's first sentence was, "You can't suppress it any longer?" Han Fei nodded. "Master, I will definitely make a breakthrough in half a year." The Beast King took a deep breath. "If we forcibly seal it, it will have a certain effect. However, your divine soul is protected by a rare treasure. This is a little difficult." Han Fei said, "Master, I didn't come here to continue suppressing my cultivation. I have a feeling that I might have to leave." The Beast King's eyes widened. "You found a way to cross the river of time?" Han Fei thought, there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that after he broke through, his memories would be completely restored, and he would not be tolerated in this world. One was the time ring. No matter which one it was, there was bound to be a problem with his breakthrough. This premonition was very strong. Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. I just have a strong hunch." The Beast King pondered for a moment. "Then why did you come back this time if you're not looking for a seal?" A trace of determination flashed in Han Fei's eyes. "I'm going to set up a trap. I hope Master can take action then." "What trap?" Han Fei's eyes were deep. "Slayer." Han Fei went to the Giant King City and the Demon Plant Mountain Range respectively. However, the Giant King and the others were all sleeping and recovering from their injuries. Perhaps they knew that Han Fei was coming, but they didn't talk to him. Han Fei just saluted and then left. Han Fei was not familiar with the Divine Sun, so he didn't go there. It only took Han Fei 7 days from the 100,000 mountains to his departure. This was because Han Fei was only a law enforcer. If he became an explorer, his travel speed would be at least several times faster than now. During the time when Han Fei was away, Shimin Linglan had been sitting on the bow of the ship, looking into the distance and waiting. Swish! Han Fei suddenly appeared, looked at Shimin Linglan with a smile, and said, "I'm back." Shimin Linglan suddenly got up. "What did the Beast King say?" Han Fei grinned and said, "It's a little difficult, but it's not a big problem. My teacher gave me a strange technique. Maybe I can make a breakthrough and pass the tribulation directly." "Huh?" Shimin Linglan was stunned for a moment. She had suppressed it for so long, but now she could make a breakthrough and directly pass the tribulation directly? If so, didn't mean that Han Fei was about to break through to the explorer realm? Shimin Linglan was overjoyed and quickly asked, "What do I need to prepare?" Han Fei said, "I need to choose a place to pass the tribulation. My tribulation may be more troublesome. The Avenger may not be enough. I need to set up an array with the power of the earth." Shimin Linglan's face tightened. "You need to look at the power of the earth? What can I do that?" Han Fei sighed. "The 100,000 mountains can be used. With the dragon veins of the mountains as the array and the terrain of sky bearing, this tribulation can be passed. But that will inevitably cause great damage to the 100,000 mountains. So, I have to find a place in the sea similar to the power of the earth." Shimin Linglan frowned. "You mean the northern Lost Mountain Sea?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes," Shimin Linglan said, "but that's the territory of the big families, right?" Han Fei snorted coldly. "All the places are outside the territory of the City of Justice. Besides, they know who I am, so they won't dare to attack me. Don't worry. After this tribulation, I may be free from my predicament." Shimin Linglan thought for a moment. If she went to the Lost Mountain Sea to pass the tribulation, there might be a big problem. But Han Fei was indeed different. He was the first disciple of the Four Masters. If someone dared to do anything to him during the tribulation, it would be a provocation to the 100,000 mountains. Thinking of this, Shimin Linglan nodded. "Okay, then let's go." Han Fei grinned. "I'm in a good mood today. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Shimin Linglan smiled brilliantly. "Stir-fried squid." "Okay." When Han Fei returned, a venerable in the northern clan's territory suddenly opened his eyes. "Huh, why is the Beast King going to Blackrock City?" The sea was vast, and the probability of ships meeting each other was very low. Therefore, even when the Avenger arrived at the Lost Mountain Sea in the north, it didn't meet the ships of the big clans. After all, this place was still far from the land and belonged to the deep sea area. What they were more worried about was the threat from the big deep-sea demons. Half a month had passed. Han Fei wandered among the mountains, setting up arrays and planning. Everyone on the Avenger felt that Han Fei was really going to make a breakthrough this time. Someone said, "How strong do you think General Han will be after he becomes an explorer?" Someone shook his head. "I can't think of it. I'm guessing that he might even be comparable to an advanced explorer. Who knows?" Someone sighed. "That's not necessary. After all, he is still a peak-level law enforcer. But in any case, he will definitely be as strong as an intermediate explorer." Yang Xiaogao said solemnly, "Now, what we should worry about is not how strong he will be after he becomes an explorer, but how strong is the heavenly tribulation. Didn't you see that General Han has been setting up arrays for half a month, using the mountains as a shield to resist the heavenly tribulation? TSK, General Han is probably the only person in the world who needs to go through a tribulation like this." A newcomer couldn't help but ask, "Master Gao, is the heavenly tribulation really that terrifying? How did you feel?" Yang Xiaogao shook his head. "How did I feel? Without General Han's array of ships, I felt that I was going to be killed. You want to ask me how I felt? That feeling was really terrifying." Shimin Linglan shouted, "Stop chatting. Stay on high alert. Once a big demon attacks, open the array of ships and ram it." Everyone was shocked and shouted in unison, "Yes, Captain." Bam! Han Fei broke out of the water, glanced at the Avenger, and shouted in a low voice, "All ships, stay away. When I'm going through the tribulation, you're not allowed to enter within 50 kilometers." Shimin Linglan came to Han Fei's side. "Don't you want to borrow the Avenger?" Han Fei said, "Have you forgotten what path I am taking? Since I am taking the invincible path, even the heavenly tribulation is my enemy. I will still use it when the situation calls for it, and I have to use it. Just empty the Avenger and don't let anyone on it." Shimin Linglan felt the extreme confidence and dominance in Han Fei's words, but she couldn't help but worry. Han Fei said, "Remember, don't enter my lightning tribulation area. Otherwise, not only will it blast you, but my heavenly tribulation may even become stronger." Shimin Linglan took a deep breath. Okay, don't let anything happen. Han Fei nodded slightly. Don't worry. I will go through the tribulation in an hour. You go back to the ship first. After that, Han Fei sat directly on the sea. Seeing this, Shimin Linglan could only retreat. At this moment, no one was more nervous than she was. She knew that if Han Fei passed this tribulation, he would probably become incredibly strong. On the ship, Yang Xiaogao was shocked. Captain, does General Han not want the Avenger? Shimin Linglan shook her head slightly. Don't worry about it. Just mind your own business. And Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Tribulation? Everything was just made up. Han Fei had never thought that the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art would be deduced in this situation. He was also gambling, but he felt that he had the capital to do so. The deduction of the 6th level required 1 billion points of spiritual energy, and it must be shocking and turbulent. Besides, according to the historical levels of the void fishing art, the 6th level of the void fishing art could reach the venerable level, divine quality. What did this mean? Above the venerable level was the pioneer sea realm. At present, the demon purification pot could only deduce venerable level, low quality at most. Although it could continue to deduce, it would damage the demon purification pot. Han Fei still chose to deduce because he knew where the 3rd vine was, and he would get it eventually. Even if the demon purification pot was damaged by this forced deduction, it should be within the acceptable range. At worst, he could find a way to make up for it later. Furthermore, this deduction might be an opportunity for him. It was reasonable to say that the 6th level of the void fishing art was at least a venerable level technique. The safest scenario was to deduce it when he reached the venerable level. However, Han Fei couldn't really wait until he reached the venerable level. He could also reach the explorer level, and his physique could be said to have reached the peak in history. When he exerted his full strength, he was comparable to an intermediate explorer. Of course, he could give it a try. Han Fei didn't dare to talk to Shimin Linglan. Otherwise, he would definitely spew out a bunch of words similar to his last words. With Shimin Linglan's personality, she would definitely grasp this point. So, it was better not to say it. He was ready. When he reached the peak level, the deduction would begin. The two were connected. Even if the Great Way noticed it, the deduction had already begun, so it had to let it finish, right? Half an hour later, there was obviously billowing spiritual energy bursting out of Han Fei's body. 50 kilometers away, everyone looked at the sea nervously. Shimin Linglan's palms were full of sweat, her body was tense, and her face was expressionless. Hum. Vortexes appeared one after another on the sea, making Han Fei seem to be in those vortexes. A massive amount of spiritual energy soared into the sky, condensing into a spiritual energy storm visible to the naked eye. Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva. Had it begun? This scene was shocking enough. He was just advancing from an advanced law enforcer to a peak-level cultivator, but the movement was already so big. Wouldn't the tribulation scare people to death? Han Fei really set up arrays on the mountains. However, in addition to the spiritual energy arrays, there were also various killing arrays to prevent other creatures from attacking. It was estimated that if he really passed the tribulation, most of the mountains would probably collapse, which could be regarded as a treasure land of the Sea Clan. This deduction was also an opportunity. If Han Fei successfully deduced it, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation techniques anymore when he reached the venerable realm. But on the sea, Han Fei didn't make any arrangements. He had to wait for the big clans to take action and ruin his tribulation. In Han Fei's ideal plan, if he successfully deduced the cultivation technique, he would definitely be seriously injured. If the big clans came to make trouble and were ready to ruin his tribulation, then his plan would be a success, because they couldn't break it at all. After all, this was not a real tribulation. At that time, he would put on the time ring and pretend that he was already dead. At that time, the Beast King would kill the Venerable, and everything would be reasonable. He could also avoid Shimin Linglan's eyes. The other situation was that the big clans didn't take action. But would it work if they didn't take action? The tribulation in the Lost Mountain Sea was just an excuse. As long as he disappeared, or they said that the big clans wanted to kill him, regardless of whether the big clans really took action or not. The Beast King would also take action. It was hard to say whether he would kill them or not, but it shouldn't be difficult to suppress the big clans for another 100 years. Everything was within Han Fei's plan. He didn't hesitate anymore. No matter how beautiful everything was, he was not a person of this world after all. He had left the Thousand-Star City for so long. God knew what changes had happened there. 13 spiritual energy tornadoes frantically poured into Han Fei's body. The surrounding energy suddenly disappeared. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Han Fei was shocked. Sure enough, is this realm the limit of my life in this world? The sky and the earth had changed color before he even deduced it. Half an hour later, Kacha, when the crisp sound of a breakthrough rang out, there was a rumble in the sky, and the clear sky exploded. Deduce. Rumble. At that moment, within 10,000 kilometers, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and black clouds shrouded. In the sky, the thunder continued to explode, exploding without end. Above the sea, raging waves slapped and huge waves stacked up. Shimin Linglan and the others all held their breath and looked at this scene in shock. Is this the scene of Han Fei's tribulation? Almost at the same time, the three human venerables looked at the sky almost at the same time. Is this a tribulation? No, it's the roar of the great path. Swish! Swish! The venerables all came out at the same time, and the peak-level explorers also raised their heads. The sky and the earth changed color. Something big must have happened. The Beast King stood above the unknown sea. The Great Path doesn't allow this? What on earth did this kid do? He actually caused the sky to change, but the sky seems to be a bit weak. Like a super vortex formed above the sea, Han Fei was almost wrapped in a large cocoon of spiritual energy. However, Shimin Linglan and the others who were close could see that the terrifying amount of spiritual energy was submerging into Han Fei's body at an incredible speed. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down without warning, and the electric arcs illuminated the void that was as dark as night. The weird electric arcs could even jump on the sea, forming a large circle that covered dozens of kilometers of the sea. As an explorer, they could already see that there seemed to be billions of tiny electric arcs flashing in the water and the void. Humph! Han Fei's clothes were torn apart, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. The electric arcs were jumping quickly on his body. Swish! Using the divine healing technique, Han Fei turned his hand and thousands of energy fruits appeared, but they turned into powder in an instant. The swallowing technique was activated, and the terrifying energy was absorbed into Han Fei's body. Boom! Crack! Crack! The void was illuminated again. The thick lightning directly enveloped Han Fei. When the lightning was about to disappear, boom, 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 one lightning bolt after another fell. Every time a lightning bolt fell, Shimin Linglan and the others' eyelids twitched and their hearts trembled. Someone exclaimed, Lord Gao, didn't you say that there were only 3 heavenly tribulations? This. How many King bolts have there been? Yang Xiaogao was also stunned. He looked at Shimin Linglan. Captain, what's going on? Is the heavenly tribulations against General Han? Shimin Linglan was also stunned. Is this a tribulation? Isn't it trying to kill me? More than 30 lightning bolts fell in a row. It seemed that it needed to accumulate power before it stopped for a while. But at that moment, everyone saw that Han Fei's skin was cracked, his body was badly mutilated, and a terrifying vitality was bursting out. They saw more than 1,000 energy fruits appear, but then they turned into powder. Han Fei's flesh and blood were growing and recovering rapidly. Above the void, 3 venerables appeared at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other. It's Wang Han. Why is he here? Someone shouted. Look, he's trying to pass the tribulation with the help of the array in the mystical mountain sea. But why did this heavenly tribulation offend the rules? Don't worry. I've never heard of such a heavenly tribulation. It's not bad if he's killed by the heavenly tribulation. How talented is this kid to be able to trigger such a level of power? No wonder the four venerables of the 100,000 mountains want to accept one disciple. Shimontion's eyes were cold. No, this kid can't pass this tribulation. Otherwise, once he becomes a venerable, who among us could defeat him? Someone immediately said, the Beast King seems to have gone to Blackrock City. The divine prince of the 100,000 mountains is there. Should we take action? Another venerable said, look, it doesn't seem to be stopping at all. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we can take action. It's best not to do it ourselves, or the Beast King will be furious. Humph, even if we offend the Beast King, we can't let this kid pass the heavenly tribulation. The venerables were disappointed. They had seen Han Fei's dominance. He regarded the big races as his enemy. Once Han Fei became a venerable, the big races would never be able to rise again. Han Fei didn't dare to use secret methods. He first used the body of war and the swallowing technique to resist. However, he obviously couldn't withstand a round of bombardment. That was why he tried to resist the lightning with the terrifying vitality of the indestructible body. Fortunately, he had a lot of resources. He threw energy fruits like they were nothing. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour later, Han Fei was directly burnt to a crisp. If it weren't for the fact that they could still feel Han Fei's breath, Shimin Linglan and the others would have collapsed. It wasn't just a few bolts of lightning. There were hundreds of them. In the sky, Shimontion's eyes were cold. We can't wait any longer. This kid's physique is amazing, and he has endless resources. If he passes the tribulation, what will happen? Someone said, don't move. Is there a deeper meaning behind this kid's heavenly tribulation in the Lost Mountain Sea? Shimontion said, how is that possible? This kid's heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. If the Beast King is here, how can he not come? The three of them calculated the heavenly secrets at the same time. However, they were all stunned. The heavenly secrets around this kid are chaotic. They can't calculate anything. Someone suggested, one peak-level explorer per family. Don't we have the venerable level remains? Throw them out and use them as a source of contention. Even if this kid dies, it won't be our turn. After all, these venerables also had their own agendas. If the Beast King was furious, he'd better not target their family. If they had to be implicated, it would be a good thing if they could bear less responsibility. However, no matter what, Han Fei couldn't pass this tribulation. This was their consensus. With Han Fei's personality, he dared to openly threaten a venerable when he was only a law enforcer. If he really succeeded in his heavenly tribulation, it would be terrible. Therefore, they would rather offend the Beast King than let Han Fei pass this tribulation. Half an hour later, Han Fei's aura was getting weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the crumbling energy fruits and the gathering of spiritual energy, Shimin Linglan felt that Han Fei might not be able to survive this weird heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the lightning began to slow down, and everyone's eyes lit up. On the Avengers' side, everyone was shouting, General Han, hold on. General Han, you are invincible. General Han, we will wait for you to come back and continue to gallop across the sea. Suddenly, three figures tore through the void. The three of them were wearing battle suits, holding huge shields, and rushed to the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Shimin Linglan shouted angrily, Bastard! Wang Han is the first disciple of the four venerables. If you dare to touch him, you will definitely die. Shimin Linglan directly rushed out, followed by Yang Xiaogao. A group of peak-level law enforcers roared, Damn it, do you want to die? How dare you touch General Han? You're courting death. Big Clan B** starts, stop. However, one of the three shouted, The remains of the venerable are here. We're just competing for opportunities. With that, a ray of light was smashed into the deep sea. Han Fei was really dying now. In fact, he should have deduced the 6th level of the void fishing art after he became an explorer. This time, the consumption of resources was terrifying. He felt that a strange force was really trying to kill him. If it weren't for the rapid swallowing ability of the demon purification pot, even with the vitality of the indestructible body, he probably wouldn't have survived this. At this moment, seeing the experts of the big clans coming to attack, no one knew that the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched under the charcoal. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary ring suddenly appeared on Han Fei's fingertip. At that moment, the ring, which was only the size of a baby's finger, instantly grew larger the moment it touched Han Fei's finger. In an instant, it turned into a dragon-shaped ring and put it on Han Fei's finger. Crack, crack, crack. Han Fei turned his head with great difficulty, and his flesh was tearing. He looked at the 3 peak-level explorers and opened his mouth with difficulty. Bam! Seeing this scene, the 3 of them had a headache. What does Wang Han mean? Have they been struck dumb? Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell, and the lightning wrapped Han Fei in it. Han Fei felt that there was a force trying to obliterate his vitality. However, a blue light flashed on his fingertip, and a vortex hole appeared. Swish! Everyone only saw that in the lightning, the man should be twisting and changing. Yet this thunderbolt seemed to have accumulated some power. Therefore, the duration was slightly longer than usual. When the lightning disappeared, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. On the sea, there was only a lot of charcoal-like flesh and blood left. There was a roar that seemed to come from the endless sky. Today, there are only 2 chapters. About the relevant questions in the reincarnation secret land, such as whether Chao Xian is the ancestor of the Chao family, and whether EU is Yi Xian's ancestor, these are not traps, but pure suspense. It's up to everyone's guess, and there will be no answer in the follow-up. Why there is no sea god statue in the City of Justice. It has been explained before, and what the history after Han Fei left will not be answered. As for other suspense, there will be answers in the next chapter. Today, there are only 2 two-in-one chapters and a total of 4 chapters, which is quite a lot. It has been updated for many days, with more than 18,000 words every day. It will be updated normally in the future. In the end, at the beginning of the month, please buy a monthly ticket into this chapter. Chapter 1145. The faces of the 3 venerables changed drastically. Someone shouted, "Oh no, that kid is dead? He persevered for so long. So why did he die under this thunderbolt? You 3, come back. Come back." Shimon Tian reached out and tried to grab the 3 of them back. This timing was 2F** King coincidental. The big families couldn't clear their names this time. They wanted to stop Han Fei from passing the heavenly tribulation. However, if they succeeded, they would be afraid of the Beast King's revenge. After all, Han Fei was the first disciple of the 4 venerables. Even so, Shimon Tian still shouted, "Kill Shimon Linglan and the others." However, in the distant sky, the Beast King roared furiously. "Damn you! How dare you kill my disciple? Go to hell!" The first to attack wasn't the Beast King, but the Divine Prince, who rarely appeared. As soon as the Divine Prince appeared, he clenched his fist, and the 3 peak-level explorers were crushed in an instant. Then, the Divine Prince dived into the sea and frowned. "You guys, you've gone too far this time." Shimon Tian shouted, "This is a trap." Bam! The huge cudgel broke through the void and directly smashed toward Shimon Tian. The Beast King appeared. F***CKU. Old B** starred. Only went out for a few days. How dare you attack my disciple? Who gave you the courage? Shimon Tian raised his sword. If it wasn't a trap, why did you come so fast? The Beast King roared. "I'm a half-king. It's easy for me to cross the void. My disciple must pass this tribulation. If you didn't do anything, how could this happen?" The 5 supremacies smashed through the space and entered the void. Shimon Linglan went crazy. She scanned the area with her perception again, and tears flowed from her eyes. "Impossible, impossible. How could he die? How could he die? Idiot, come out, come out." Shimon Linglan dove into the water. She felt that her perception was deceiving her. The giant void hand scooped up the pieces of flesh and blood and searched for them in the lost mountain sea for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Yang Xiaogao and the others were all in tears. Damn it, they couldn't believe that General Han died just like that. The thunder was clearly gone. This tribulation was clearly about to pass. However, the sky changed color and the void shook. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. Yang Xiao Gao and the others knew that even the Beast King thought that Marshal Han was dead. Bang! Shimin Linglan came out of the water. She was holding a venerable one-tailbone in her hand. That was the excuse that the large families used to ruin Han Fei's breakthrough. Now, it was in Shimin Linglan's hands. Yang Xiao Gao, Yu, and the others gathered behind Shimin Linglan. They didn't dare to say anything. They all knew that even though Shimin Linglan was the city lord, the one who had the final say on the Avenger was General Han. They were afraid that Shimin Linglan would go crazy. However, Shimin Linglan suddenly said, "No, he's not dead." This venerable bone was useless. Although those people entered the heavenly tribulation, they did not immediately cause any changes. Only a venerable one would be able to kill Yang Ming without him noticing. However, it's impossible for the Beast King and the Divine Sun to not know about the venerable one's actions. Shimin Linglan was suddenly curious. Why did Han Fei go to the 100,000 mountains? Also, why did the Beast King ask Han Fei to suppress his realm? Why did he have to go through the heavenly tribulation in the mystical mountains? Why did everything seem so coincidental? Bam! Suddenly, blood splashed in the sky. Two streams of light suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Then, Shimin Tian appeared with half of his body and blocked the attack. Then, his figure was wrapped in a red light, and he tried to escape. The Beast King chased after him, but the Divine Sun stepped on the sea and pointed a finger at the void. Shimin Tian's body, which was already seriously injured, exploded. But the next moment, another arrow of blood pierced through the sky. The Divine Sun didn't chase after him. He glanced at Shimin Linglan indifferently. "I searched the universe and didn't find him. My condolences." The Divine Sun only said that he was not suitable for acting, so he just cooperated with the Beast King and went back. The rest was up to the Beast King. Rumble! The battle in the sky lasted for half an hour. During this period, the sky changed color several times. The Beast King's roar resounded through the void. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that there was a venerable in your family. Old thief Shimin, my 100,000 mountains will remember this enmity. Just wait for this, Daddy. 100 years later, when Old Gu and Tianqing recover, you will not be able to stop me. The Beast King returned and stopped a kilometer away from Shimin Linglan. His murderous intent was clear. Little girl, you guard that city. This is a matter of the 100,000 mountains. Shimin Linglan looked at the Beast King stubbornly. I know that he didn't die. This is a trap. Elder Beast King, please tell me, where is he? The Beast King roared. How would I know? If he didn't die, how would I not know? You little girl, sigh. This king has already said that this king will take revenge. Shimin Linglan shouted, Teacher, what did he say to you when he went to the 100,000 mountains? Why did he suppress his realm? Who is he? Buzz. The Beast King waved his hand. Shimin Linglan's body softened, and she fainted. The Beast King said, Little girl is possessed. Let her sleep for a while. After saying that, the Beast King disappeared from the endless sea. Yu, Yang Xiao Gao, and the others were left standing on the sea with their minds blank. Han Fei didn't lose consciousness. He still knew to cast the divine healing technique on himself. After half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, and during this half an hour, he seemed to be lying on cold water. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a big fish looking at him. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, the big fish said lightly, Are you awake? Seen your time? The big fish in front of him was the time dragon carp. Han Fei didn't expect this. He thought that if he put on the time ring, he might be able to wake up in the ideal palace. Han Fei quickly looked around and found that this seemed to be a big cocoon of blue light. Han Fei hurriedly asked, Senior, where is this? The time dragon carp looked at him curiously. This is a time gap. Human, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Han Fei automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and was shocked. Time gap? Senior, how was the battle before I came? Do you know? The time dragon carp said indifferently. Based on the time here, half a month has passed since that battle. A venerable was seriously injured, and it will take him 100 years to recover. Fortunately, you are still wearing the time ring. Otherwise, in your state just now, not only will you be directly lost in the long river of time, but your old body may also be eroded, leaving only your soul. Han Fei took a breath. Old body? The time dragon carp sneered. Speaking of which, when I first saw you, I was a little confused. There was a period of time missing in your life. This time, your soul strayed into the long river of time and barely made up for the missing period of time in your life by interfering with fate. If you can take this body back, it will merge with your original body. You will be complete, and you will no longer be watched by the eye of the heavenly law. Do you understand? Han Fei shook his head repeatedly. No. The time dragon carp rolled its eyes, seeming to think that Han Fei was stupid, and explained again. That is to say, you are an ancient person. When you were young, you were sent across the long river of time to the future. So, you're missing a period of history. Now, you will make up for this period of time by influencing the future. In this way, you will have no regrets in your life. The body you have now and the body you will have in the future are both you. So, when the two merge, you will successfully avoid history and become a person of the future. Han Fei scratched his head. It was not that he didn't understand, but that he understood. Although he understood, he was still dumbfounded. Is my life so magical? The time dragon carp sneered. Magical? That's because you don't know how much someone has paid to break the law of time in this way. Forget it. This is your business. Since you and I deserve this opportunity, I will help you send it back. However, you owe me a huge favor. In the future, you must treat my son better, and it is best to meet all his needs. Han Fei hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Huh? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Senior, you can travel the long river of time? Can you let me see that woman? The time dragon carp grunted and said, But you can only see her through time. You can never see her again. Otherwise, if I appear again, the law of the Great Way will notice me and try to obliterate me. Swish! As the time dragon carp flicked its tail, an image appeared on the blue cocoon of light. Beast King Valley, 100,000 mountains. Yuan scratched his butt and said, King, little Ling Lan has been kneeling outside for half a month. You really don't want to see her? Yuan, Sin was waving his stick. King, this girl is quite pitiful. You'd better see her. The Beast King roared. See what? I hate the sentimental human beings the most. That brat didn't say it himself. He didn't do a good job and was seen through. And he still wants me to keep it a secret. Bah, I promised to keep it a secret. Yuanda said, King, why don't we let her go to the Divine Sun? The Beast King's eyes lit up. Yes, let her go to the Divine Sun. Let her go quickly. Smack! Yuanda was suddenly slapped to the ground by a hand that suddenly stretched out from the void, making a big pit. The Beast King grinned. Huh, Divine Sun. I said I could keep it a secret for that kid, but you didn't. You just need to tell little Ling Lan the same thing, and that will be it. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't feel good. Beast King, you're too unreliable. Outside, Shimin Ling Lan was still kneeling on the ground stubbornly. She had watched over Han Fei for half of her life. How could he die just like that? Something was wrong. The heavenly tribulation was so powerful, but it didn't kill Han Fei. It couldn't kill him at the last moment. Even his body was gone. Yuansen walked out with a big stick. Girl, you're really something. Fine. King wants you to ask the Divine Sun. Maybe the Divine Sun can answer you. Shimin Linglan's eyes lit up and she disappeared. A moment later, on the peak of the mountain, Shimin Linglan said, Lord Divine Sun, I have something to ask you. Please see me. The Divine Sun's voice came slowly. He doesn't belong to this era. This is the answer you want. Shimin Linglan was taken aback. She braced herself and said, Lord Divine Sun, can you make it clearer? I don't understand. Alas, the Divine Sun's voice was unhurried. He came from thousands of years in the future. He traveled through the river of time and came here by chance. He doesn't belong to this era. Shimin Linglan was dumbfounded. He came from thousands of years in the future. He didn't belong to this era. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. Even when Han Fei's consciousness woke up, he had never told her about his memories, not even once. It turned out to be so bizarre. No wonder he refused to have a child when she wanted to. She had thought that she still had a lot of time in the future. It turned out that he had known it a long time ago, but didn't tell her. So he faked his death for her? Shimin Linglan gritted her teeth. Lord Divine Son, can I travel through the river of time? If you become a king or above, you may have a chance to see him through time. It's almost impossible to go back. You can't withstand the corrosion of time for thousands of years. Shimin Linglan was silent for a long time and wiped her eyes casually. Then I'll wait. I'll try to live until he's alive. Swish. All the scenes in front of Han Fei disappeared. The time dragon carp said, "This is probably what you're obsessed with. Let's go." Although you can stay in the time gap for a long time, it doesn't mean that you won't be corroded by time. After a moment of silence, Han Fei nodded slightly and murmured to the time barrier, "There's a will in the pirate flag." Chapter 1146. The Ideal Palace. Through the fog of time, Han Fei saw the body that was still lying there. He felt very strange. Now, he had two bodies? What's going on? The time dragon carp said, "You go out by yourself. Because you are always you, your old body will collapse and then merge." Huh, this place is a bit weird. So that's how it is. Someone stole the river of time for a period of time. No wonder you can run to the other end of the river of time. No wonder the suppression of the Great Way was so weak in that place in that era. It seems that you have a powerful background. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Did someone really steal the river of time? The time dragon carp said, "It's not accurate to say that it was stolen. It's just that someone sealed the river of time during this period of time. In a sense, it isolated the influence of many rules of the Great Way. However, the strange thing is, if this person just sealed the river of time for you, then at this moment, the seal should have been unlocked. It should have been unsealed by now. Why is the seal still there?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. He suddenly understood. During this period of time, it should have been sealed by his mother in some way. Why couldn't it be unlocked? Of course, there were other people who wanted to enter. But who was that person? Who else could it be except Yin-Er? Unfortunately, Yin-Er's yin and yang souls were now separated, and his yang soul and body were still in the sixth immortal palace. He had to find a way to go to the sixth immortal palace to find Yin-Er. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't have so many problems. Han Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. When should I go to find little time?" The time dragon carp said lightly, "You don't have to look for her. When the time comes, my son will go to you." After that, the time barrier was opened. Han Fei thanked the time dragon carp again and stepped out. As soon as he entered the fog of the ideal palace, Han Fei suddenly felt extreme pain all over his body. Kacha! Kacha! He felt that the bones in his whole body were breaking inch by inch, and he couldn't even stand steadily and fell directly to the ground. Immediately afterward, his flesh and blood were melting, but they did turn into spots of golden light. That feeling was indescribable. However, at this moment, the golden light spots that Wang Han's body had turned into were all absorbed by his body. Han Fei knew that this was the fusion of the so-called great old body and the main body. Han Fei's divine soul only lasted a minute before it merged with his collapsed body into his main body. He didn't know how much time had passed, but there was a period of confusion. When Han Fei suddenly felt that he was completely awake, a dazzling sunlight suddenly shone on his face. However, the temperature of the sunlight seemed a little off. It was a little high. When Han Fei looked up, the sun was blazing in the sky, and steam was rising. The first reaction in his mind was, "Am I out of the ideal palace?" The time dragon carp had sent his body through the river of time, so it was impossible for him to be in the ideal palace. Clatter! Han Fei twisted his neck and immediately made lumpy noises. Peak Law Enforcer? Han Fei was refreshed. He had actually brought back Wang Han's strength in one piece. When Han Fei was about to take a closer look at his current situation, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Is that Han Fei?" Han Fei glanced around. There were not many people outside the ideal palace today, only about 300. Not good, it's really Han Fei. He's not dead. No, his realm is no longer that of a junior law enforcer. An intermediate law enforcer narrowed his eyes. Not good, I can't see through him. As soon as this remark came out, many people were shocked. What did he mean? If he hadn't completely restrained his strength, then his strength must have exceeded that of an intermediate law enforcer. Swish, swish, all of a sudden, 40 or 50 people flew away on fishing boats, looking very anxious. Something seems to be wrong. Han Fei's face changed immediately. Not good. I forgot to ask the time dragon carp how long it has been. I've been in the reincarnation cycle for decades, but decades have passed here too? That's bad. Wait, hiss. Han Fei took a breath because Senior Time Dragon Carp had directly sent him back to reality. His memories were not damaged at all. None of them were lost. Suddenly, someone rushed over quickly. Han Fei, you're finally out. Go back to the Thug Academy quickly. Han Fei's face changed. You are? The man said, I'm from the Luo family. Let's talk on the way. With a flip of Han Fei's hand, the wind god boat appeared. At this moment, he didn't use the heavenly void divine walking technique. Once he used this technique, someone in the Thousand-Star City would definitely notice it. At that time, it would be really inappropriate to provoke the Yi family halfway. The wind god boat burst out at full speed, leaving a long red shadow in the sky. Han Fei's face became serious, and he said urgently, Tell me first, what time is it now? The man was stunned for a moment. Tomorrow is the Heavenly Fire Festival. Han Fei asked, Which year is the Heavenly Fire Festival? Oh no. Tell me, how long have we been in there? The man seemed to understand what Han Fei meant and immediately said, You have been in the Ideal Palace for a long time, about 40 days. Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately realized that he had also been in the reincarnation cycle for more than 40 years. To be precise, it should be 48 years. Was this related to the Thug Academy? Han Fei asked, What happened to the Thug Academy? The man said, At that time, Fifth Glimmer and Chu Qingyan left the Ideal Palace together, and then more than 50 people came out at once. Unfortunately, those people didn't have memories and you didn't come out. So, Chu Qingyan made an agreement with the outside world to determine whether you were still alive by the number of times she entered the Ideal Palace. Han Fei's face changed. So, I'm confirmed to be dead? The man nodded. Yes, you're confirmed to be dead. So, for a while, the big clans made a series of blows to the Thug Academy. Jiuyin Ling guarded the Thug Academy alone and was seriously injured because she was no match for them. A murderous intent surged from Han Fei. Who? The man said, Chu Qingyan. Han Fei immediately said angrily, F***CK? I'm going to kill this woman. Wait, Ren Tianfen didn't do anything? The man smiled bitterly. He did. However, Ren Tianfen only sent a clone. A clone slaughtered 2 peak-level explorers and was then destroyed by a venerable. However, Jiuyin Ling's life should be fine, but the Jiuyin family was hit. Their family was already in decline, but now they can't even be considered a family anymore after the Chu sect forced them. Han Fei immediately frowned. Yes, if he died, who would dare to save the Thug Academy? Maybe those big clans were waiting for Ren Tianfen. After all, everything was just Chu Qingyan's side of the story. Old Han was probably just watching. Old Han was good at divination. With his ability, how could he not know whether he was dead or not? If Old Han didn't come out, how could Ren Tianfen protect the Thug Academy alone? It'd be a bit difficult. If they set up a trap and waited for him to jump, he certainly wouldn't jump. Han Fei quickly asked, What's the situation of the Thug Academy now? The man smiled bitterly. Miss and the others came out one after another. Miss was the first to come out, which was 27 days after you went in. During this period, someone wanted to directly capture the disciples of your school, but fortunately, both the Su family and the Luo family sent explorers. Han Fei took a deep breath. Are you hurt? The man shook his head. Although I'm not hurt, the library of the Thug Academy was blown up. Some of the star beads in it were snatched away. Han Fei asked in surprise, Won't the star beads self-destruct? The man shook his head. No, star beads are just a kind of energy object. They will reassemble when they are broken. Therefore, although they can't solve the mystery of the library, they can still take the star beads by force. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I carried all the main star beads with me. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." The man said, "However, the Chu sect also paid a price. Ren Tianfen used 3 clones to attack the external strongholds of the Chu sect. He wiped out 3 families affiliated to the Chu sect in a row, which made the Chu sect feel a little safer." Han Fei was of a mind to applaud Ren Tianfei. "If you touch me, I won't be able to exterminate your entire sect. But your Chu sect is so big, how can you take care of everything?" However, Han Fei immediately said, Xiaobai came out. "What's the situation now? What about Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang? And what about Li Luoluo?" The man said, "Lurenquang came out 1 day after Miss, and Zhang Xuanyu just came out 5 days ago. Because Miss came out and Ren Tianfen didn't intervene, it has become a normal challenge. However, my master said that this situation will not be balanced for long. The big clans can accept some small sacrifices, as long as they can achieve their goal. However, now Miss just claims that each of you has some star beads. If you want them, you have to defeat her." The man continued, "Miss has awakened the Luo family's divine skill. Therefore, no matter who comes to the heavenly talent list, she can fight. However, Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang are also injured. Because of the long stalemate, a life-and-death battle has begun. They have been fighting since the day Zhang Xuanyu came back." Han Fei didn't speak. The big clans always bullied the weak and fear the strong. If it weren't for Ren Tianfen, they would have killed them. However, Han Fei quickly came to a conclusion. They don't want star beads from Xiao Bai and the others, but they want to slaughter the Thug Academy again. At the same time, they want to lure Ren Tianfen out. Otherwise, Xiao Bai and the others would have been defeated. Han Fei sneered. At this moment, the reason why they hadn't won was that they didn't want to kill Ren Tianfen again. As long as Ren Tianfen died, they would have enough confidence to ambush old Han. It was a bit troublesome, but as long as they could achieve their goal in the end, no matter how complicated the process was. As for the sacrifice, in the eyes of the venerables, the death of the explorer was nothing. This time, on the other side of the River of Time, Han Fei deeply realized that those venerables didn't care about the death of the explorer at all. Therefore, as long as they had a chance to enter the Immortal Palace, no matter how great the sacrifice was, it would be worth it. As for the sea demons, they probably didn't care. Suddenly, Han Fei thought that perhaps these big clans all knew about the existence of the Eye of the Heavenly Law and felt that no one in the Yin-Yang Heaven could become a king, not even the sea demons. Therefore, they felt that they had plenty of time to go to the Immortal Palace and look for an opportunity to become a king. The man said those big clans also try to send people to find your body, but they all returned in vain. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. "Go in and die. Look for my body? Even if they found it, so what?" Han Fei said fiercely, "Let's go back. Since we've already fallen out, let's do it." Chapter 1147. At the entrance of the Thug Academy. It was packed with people. In front of the Spirit Plant Labyrinth, there was a huge gap. A semicircular battlefield opened up. However, at that moment, a fierce battle was taking place in the square. It was a battle between law enforcers. Colorful spirit plants covered the battlefield, and their attack speed was extremely fast. Some spirit herbs were no weaker than the swordstream blades. They could be found everywhere from the void to the ground. Of course, no matter how strong Luo Xiaobai was, she was only a junior law enforcer. She couldn't directly fight a big realm higher than Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai's limit was that of an advanced law enforcer, which was achieved with the help of the majestic mystic spell. At present, the peak law enforcers had yet to appear because they were setting up a net. In the eyes of many people, without Han Fei, the Thug Academy had been completely dominated. Among the onlookers, someone said, "The Luo family's divine art is truly terrifying." Unfortunately, the Luo family isn't weak. Otherwise, Luo Xiaobai would have been targeted. Someone replied, "Do you think the aristocratic families won't dare to kill him?" The Luo family had made it clear that they were not on their side. They even dared to offend a venerable, but they didn't dare to kill Luo Xiaobai. This is just a bait. Hiss. The man gasped. You mean you want to hunt venerable ones? The man nodded. Otherwise, do you think we can't defeat the Thug Academy with so many people? Do you really think the Thug Academy students are gods? Someone echoed, that's right. Although Jiuyin Ling's cultivation speed is extremely fast, it doesn't mean that she will be strong. Although Zhang Xuanyu and Luren Kuang were powerful enough, they were not enough. There are countless paths of cultivation. Do you think the two of them can still fight? Luo Xiaobai won't last long. Someone said, since we're hunting, what are we doing here? If a battle between venerables really breaks out here, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand the aftershocks. Someone sneered, do you think you can watch a battle between supremacies? What do you take the venerable for? The Thug Academy. There's an explorer from the Su family who was watching all of this with a serious expression. Beside him were Su Daiji and the other four. At this moment, the five of them were nervously watching the battle. Ishiyin shouted angrily, how shameless. There are only a few people in our academy, but they sent so many people. Su Daiji raised her fist and said angrily, that's too much. Su Sanqian, Xingyu, and Gu Qi clenched their fists. Gu Qi shouted, all the best, senior sister. The cries of Su Daiji and the others fell into the ears of the explorer from the Su family. He sounded extremely bitter. Did I really lose the bet this time? These people were all Sky Prides among Sky Prides. Would the experts of the Thug Academy really let him go? Could it be that the tragedy of the Thug Academy many years ago would happen again? In the field, an armorist who was fighting with Luo Xiaobai, an advanced law enforcer, had 3 blood-red half-moon scimitars on his side, which made a soft hum and moved extremely fast. Because it was nearing the Heavenly Fire Festival, wherever the blade passed, the void would be ignited. It was like 3 huge wheels of fire were crazily cutting through everything. The armorist sneered, the divine technique of the Luo family is great, but you're too weak. You've just entered the law enforcer realm. No matter how powerful the divine technique of the Luo family is, so what? As long as you obediently hand over the star beads, no one will make things difficult for you. Luo Xiaobai was expressionless as she said coldly, don't even think about it. Monster plants, divine waterfall. Luo Xiaobai's figure appeared in all directions of the void spirit plants. The world seemed to form a cage. The vines were like swords, sealing off the battlefield. Blazing fire armor. The armorist laughed loudly as a layer of flaming turtle armor appeared around him. Clang! Although the attacks were intense, every time the sword-like spirit plants attacked the blazing fire armor, their steel needle-like heads would soften. The monster plant's divine waterfall looked extremely shocking, but it couldn't do anything. The armorist laughed. Ha ha! Do you know why I chose to challenge you today? The Heavenly Fire Festival is approaching. My blazing fire essence turtle can display its strongest state. At the very least, my strength is comparable to a peak law enforcer today and tomorrow. How can you be my match? Fire essence breath. The raging fire suddenly swept the entire monster plant's divine waterfall. The scorching power made Luo Xiaobai's body tremble slightly. Puff! Luo Xiaobai vomited a mouthful of blood, and the monster plant's divine waterfall quickly disappeared. Not far away, Sun Wu sneered. Luo Xiaobai, your spiritual energy can't hold on much longer, can it? This is the suppression of realms. If you admit defeat and hand over the star beads, I can spare your life. Chu Qingyan smiled faintly. Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei is dead. We have confirmed this. Don't struggle anymore. Can you protect the Thug Academy? Xiaobai. The weird silk vines appeared, and Luo Xiaobai was about to continue attacking when a voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Xuanyu appeared behind everyone, his face a little pale. Cough, cough. Zhang Xuanyu held a divine weapon, stretched his body, and said, let me do it. In terms of one-on-one combat, I'm the strongest. Yang Nanshi raised the sledgehammer and pointed at Zhang Xuanyu. You're the strongest? What do you think of me? Li Xian smiled faintly. Zhang Xuanyu, have you recovered from your injury? I've been watching you for a few days and my hands are a little itchy. Why don't we have a life-and-death battle? Suddenly, everyone looked at Li Xian. This time, they were going to have a life-and-death battle with Zhang Xuanyu. Once Zhang Xuanyu died, it meant that the big clans had strengthened their pressure. Since Ren Tianfei couldn't come out, let's kill one of them first. Still not coming out? Then let's kill again. Zhang Xuanyu gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll kill you. Darling, senior brother. Han Fei said grumpily, don't call me that. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Back off. Zhang Xuanyu slammed his rod on the ground. Why should I back off just because you said so? I like to see if I can't poke Li Xian to death. The armorist standing in the air suddenly said, Zhang Xuanyu, right? I heard that you were the strongest in one-on-one combat in the Thug Academy now. Why don't I fight you? Ha ha. Many people snickered. One-on-one combat? Why do you care about one-on-one combat between professions? When a soul warrior fights an armorist, it's not that he can't fight. After all, the range of attack is too small. In fact, no soul warrior can completely defeat an armorist in the same realm. Oh no, Zhang Xuanyu is a lot weaker than the armorist, and their realms don't match at all. Zhang Xuanyu clenched his rod. F***CK, do you think I'm so easy to beat? The armorist said lightly. Then, come on. I can also fight in a life-and-death battle. Zhang Xuanyu was about to go out with his rod when he found that he had been controlled by Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, let me do it. The armorist laughed again. Luo Xiaobai, don't waste your energy. Not to mention that Han Fei was not here, even if he was here, so what? He has just entered the law enforcer realm. Today, I'm a peak-level law enforcer. Who can defeat me? While this person was talking, a shadow suddenly flashed across the sky. The armorist suddenly turned around and shot out 3 fire wheels. A glazed light flashed by in the blink of an eye. Before he could see it clearly, he felt a terrifying force fall on his chest. The blazing fire armor was instantly shattered. Gotcha! Bam! The armorist was punched into the sky. In an instant, everyone was shocked. In the void, a pair of glazed wings were flapping gently. Chu Qingyan shouted, Impossible! How can you still be alive? Wow! Isn't he dead? How can it be? So many people have confirmed it. How can he still be alive? Behind him, Luo Xiaobai let out a long breath, and suddenly her body softened. She was too tired these days. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Fei Fei. The Su family explorer was refreshed. However, he immediately discovered, How could Han Fei be a peak-level law enforcer? Ishiyin shouted, Senior brother Han Fei, you are finally back. I knew you weren't dead. Su Daji clenched her fists, her eyes glowing, and echoed Ishiyin's words. I knew you weren't dead. Gu Qi raised her hands. Senior brother Han Fei. Without looking back, Han Fei waved his hand lightly and looked up at the sky. I heard that you are very arrogant. I'm coming. Are you ready? The man had just stabilized his body and was about to retreat. However, Han Fei's body suddenly disappeared and flew straight into the sky. Law enforcer, sea of fire. Bam! A sea of fire instantly exploded, and a figure smashed directly to the ground from the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Rumble. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed. Someone shouted, Han Fei, this is a sneak attack. Someone reacted, Han Fei, if you have the guts, let's fight again. However, Chu Qingyan and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at each other speechlessly. No, Han Fei's strength is not right. He is a peak-level law enforcer. However, how is this possible? Even if Han Fei didn't die in the ideal palace, how could his strength improve so much? He soared from a junior law enforcer to a peak-level law enforcer. What kind of opportunity could achieve this? Yang Nanchi yelled, Impossible! How can you be a peak-level law enforcer in less than 2 months? What? Wow! The children of the big clans were shocked. What the hell? A peak-level law enforcer? Are you kidding me? Han Fei is a peak-level law enforcer? When the smoke and dust cleared, Han Fei was in a big pit, and he stepped on the armorist whose armor was broken like a porcelain doll. Han Fei raised his head slightly. I'm also a little surprised. Why am I so strong after coming out of the ideal palace? But this is a good thing. With that, Han Fei said leisurely, Xiaobai, Sometimes you don't need to be so calm. When they don't dare to kill us, why don't we do it first? Suddenly, there was a stern shout in the air. Han Fei, how dare you puff? An array condensed under Han Fei's feet, and he stepped down heavily, directly crushing the armorist. He raised his hand, and the sacrificing punch erupted, facing the big hand of the figure that stepped out of the void. Boom! The sky exploded. The explorer didn't expect that Han Fei had become so strong. He was even stronger than the explorer, but he was also blasted back 100 meters. Gulp! Countless people swallowed their saliva. Killing a heavenly talent of a big clan in public? Did Han Fei go crazy as soon as he came out? It feels so good to be back. Han Fei's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were bloodthirsty as he looked at everyone disdainfully. I'm back. Welcome to Die. Chapter 1148. Pure Sun Island, at the gate of the Thug Academy. Han Fei kicked away the blood-stained armor box under his feet and walked out of the big pit step by step. At that moment, although Han Fei wasn't wearing armor or holding a sharp blade, he looked like a king getting up from a throne. However, the way he walked made him look like a king who had just risen from his throne. His eyes were filled with disdain. Han Fei said, I heard that you have blocked my Thug Academy for many days and seriously injured many people in my academy. Since you want to kill me so much, I'll give you a chance now. Come at me together, and we'll fight to the death. I'll fight all of you alone. Han Fei's voice wasn't loud, but echoed far away. Arrogant. How dare you? You're courting death. Han Fei, don't be too arrogant. Han Fei grinned and laughed loudly. I'm arrogant? Yes, I'm arrogant. Then do you want to fight me or not? Well, you guys, do you want to fight me together? I think you should be very strong. I'll give you a chance to kill me. However, the scene of Han Fei defeating the explorer with one punch just now was still imprinted in everyone's mind. This meant that Han Fei's strength was comparable to that of an explorer. This was also the reason why Han Fei wanted to challenge them alone. Han Fei's eyes fell on Chu Qingyan and the others. At this moment, he didn't know them. Otherwise, wouldn't the fact that he could leave the ideal palace with his memories be exposed? Zhang Xuanyu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Han Fei, you can choose later. Those are all strong masters on the heavenly talent list. There are no less than 50 strong masters on the heavenly talent list. We can't choose. Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei, you just came out and don't know the situation. Just ask them to leave first. Roar! Suddenly, a fatty got out of the teleportation array. Liren Kuang was limping and his face was swollen. He seemed to be crying. Han Fei, you're finally back. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. How did this damn fatty end up like this? Immediately following Liren Kuang was the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. With a swoosh, this guy jumped to Han Fei's side and rubbed against Han Fei's leg. Having no time to talk to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Han Fei simply took it back. In his mind, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp seemed to be saying, Master, why did you come back so late? With his back to Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei shook his head and didn't even look at the explorer in the sky. I killed the people from the big families. Don't you want revenge? Ha! The so-called prodigy rankers and disciples of the great clans were all so cowardly. I asked all of you to beat me up, but you don't even dare? What a bunch of trash. Bastard, what did you say? Han Fei looked at the speaker mockingly and then looked around. Hey, every one of you is a heavenly talent from a major clan. What expert on the prodigy role? They're all trash. Yang Nanshi was the first to lose her patience. Being ridiculed by Han Fei, he was furious. He raised his sledgehammer and shouted, Han Fei, do you want to die? Many people's faces changed drastically. Han Fei, do you know what you're talking about? In the sky, the explorer snorted coldly. A peak-level law enforcer. It's not a big deal for him to take a blow from me. Clap, clap. Han Fei smiled and clapped his hands. Well, I didn't expect that even the explorer is good at talking. TSK, TSK. Han Fei's face suddenly changed, and he roared ferociously. Tell me, will you fight me or not? If you don't, get out of here. From now on, Wherever my thug academy passes, you good-for-nothings just stay away from me. Gulp. Lu Rinquang swallowed and murmured. When can I be like Han Fei? He's so powerful. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Han Fei has become stronger. Why has he become so much stronger? He had stayed in the ideal palace for such a long time. Could it be that he had encountered something special? At this moment, not only Luo Xiaobai, but also everyone here thought so. Suddenly, Sun Wu stood up and shouted, "Don't be fooled by him. He's just a peak-level law enforcer. There are no less than 30 peak-level law enforcers here. Why should we be afraid of him? Besides, even if Han Fei has heaven-defying luck, his strength has increased so much in less than 2 months. His realm must be unstable." Seeing that no one moved, and even Yang Nachi was thinking, Sun Wu had to stand up. The reason was that she had entered the ideal palace several times in a row. Try to judge one thing by the number of times she entered. She wanted to know if Sun Mu was killed by Han Fei or not. As a result, the answer was clear. Chao Chio's words were all false. Han Fei tilted his head, glanced at them, and immediately pointed at Sun Wu. What? There are so many so-called heavenly talents here, but none of them have the guts. You bunch of idiots dare to challenge the Thug Academy? Believe it or not, I can pinch you to death with one hand. The corner of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and he looked at Luo Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you think Han Fei is pretending or really daring? Luo Xiaobai glared at Zhang Xuanyu. There are a lot of people here who can hear you. Don't you know that? The voice of the old man from the Su family sounded in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei, don't make things worse. Now that you're back, the situation may return to the previous balance. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Balance? Haha, Shiman Linglan is right. A big clan ruled a city, and ordinary people had no chance to turn things around. Even if the 1,000-star city looked extremely prosperous on the surface, so what? The more prosperous the 1,000-star city was, the more heritage the big clans had accumulated. Besides, through his experience in the reincarnation soul realm, Han Fei knew that the so-called big clans were just a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If the 4 masters of the 100,000 mountains were here at this moment, who would dare to act rashly? Chu Qingyin's eyes lit up, and she immediately said to everyone via voice transmission, "Everyone, even if Han Fei has become stronger, so what? The star bead must be with him. Do you really think he can fight so many of us alone? As long as the star bead is in our hands, what's the big deal?" Chu Qingyin immediately took the lead and stepped out. Fight! She didn't remember what happened in the ideal palace. However, in the ideal palace, she had definitely fought with Han Fei. Not only her, but many of the people here had fought with Han Fei. At this moment, the so-called peak-level law enforcer was too weak, in her opinion. Normally speaking, no one in the 1,000-star city had ever said that after entering the ideal palace, their strength directly soared by 3 small realms and skipped 8 or 9 levels. Yang Nanshi stepped out with a hammer. Fight, I want to break his fish teeth. Fight, fine. I haven't heard such an unreasonable request for many years. Hey, there's so many people here. How can I be afraid of him? In the sky, the explorer frowned slightly. Just now, he used too little strength to test Han Fei's strength. However, it seemed that Han Fei did have the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. However, he didn't think that Han Fei could challenge so many peak-level law enforcers alone. How could the heavenly talents of the big clans be defeated so easily? As for who Han Fei killed in public, it didn't matter. As long as the heavenly talents of the big clans joined forces to win, who would care about this matter? At that time, they would all be fighting for the star beads. It was normal for 1 or 2 people to sacrifice themselves. Han Fei grinned and said, "You're really coming? TSK, let's have a try. Don't tell me you really dare to kill me." Han Fei seemed to shrink back a little, but in fact he was just luring the enemy by retreating. Coming out of the ideal palace, Han Fei rushed back to the Thug Academy at full speed. However, the people of the big clans outside the ideal palace had to go back to their clans first. So, in fact, he had the upper hand. As long as he was fast enough, he could directly kill a batch of them. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Han Fei." Han Fei waved his hand, signaling Luo Xiaobai to stop talking. Suddenly, two war hammers appeared in Han Fei's hands, and air billowed around him. Come on, today I'll let you know the strength of the Thug Academy. Who? Han Fei's figure flew straight into the sky. Luo Xiaobai and the others followed him into the sky. Su Daiji took the explorer of the Su family with one hand, seeming to want the explorer to take them up to watch. However, the elder of the Su family said, "That's a law enforcer battle. Even if I show it to you, you can't see it with your naked eyes. Just wait." In the sky, Han Fei spread his wings. What? Only 47 people are participating in the battle? Do you look down on the Thug Academy? Or me? Or is there no one in your big clans? Huh. Be asked or a starred, I'll fight you too. Wait for me, I'm going to kill you. In an instant, more than 30 people took off into the sky. Han Fei was too arrogant. Even if you're a peak-level law enforcer, so what? Do you think you're invincible just because you're a peak-level law enforcer? Han Fei grinned. Is there anyone else? At this moment, Han Fei's blood was boiling. He really wanted to have a good fight. Since he recovered his memory in the reincarnation secret realm, he had been suppressing an inexplicable anger in his heart, and he needed to vent it. Han Fei roared. Is there no more? It seems that there are not many heavenly talents of the so-called big clans. There are not even 100 people. Of course, I'm going to beat you up. Yang Nanshi roared and immediately launched an attack with her giant hammers. Han Fei grinned. Ha, Xiaobai, remember to catch them. Han Fei's figure disappeared without a trace. He was so fast that Yang Nanshi and the others were dumbfounded. He couldn't tear the void so fast, could he? In the sky, the explorer suddenly shouted, "Oh, no, retreat." However, Han Fei didn't really intend to hide anything. He activated the Heavenly Void Divine Walking Technique, Devil Change, and Agility of Wind at the same time, and his speed was several times faster than that of the Yi family. Puff! Yang Nanshi, who was holding the twin hammers, suddenly felt that her arms were powerless. Then she looked at her hands. Why did they fly out? Thud kacha! Yang Nanshi's bones were broken and blood gushed out wildly. Half of her body was bleeding crazily, and she was smashed to Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai was stunned and immediately summoned void vines and hundreds of demonic plants to hold Yang Nanshi. Thud! 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 The sky was full of void hammer shadows, and energy whirlwinds were swirling in the sky. The body of war could quickly absorb energy from the void. This was the secret of the Chao family, and he had mastered it. How terrifying would his power be when he used the 100 Battles Divine Hammer? Bam! It was as though fireworks were being set off in the void, and clouds of blood mist were exploding one after another. That scene stunned countless people. Those were not ironhead fish, but heavenly talents of the big clans who exploded one after another. Chapter 1149. Everyone who didn't participate in the battle was stunned, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. For example, the explorer of the Su family widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is it possible? There are still many hidden fishers and law enforcers who didn't participate in the battle but were just watching. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hey, Han Fei, you little thief, stop!" The explorer made his move. However, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled slightly, and he didn't care about him at all. You're just a junior peak-level explorer. I'll kill these people first and then hammer you to death. Not good. Han Fei has secretly learned the secret technique of our Yi family. Run. A peak-level law enforcer of the Yi family shouted. However, in the next moment his eyes were dazzled. A giant hammer had already crushed his face. At the moment of life and death, this heavenly talent of the Yi family was shocked. How could Han Fei know the Heavenly Void Divine Walking Technique? In just a few seconds, with Han Fei's strength and speed, even if someone activated the law, they couldn't resist the 100 Battles Divine Hammer. In particular, Han Fei still had the void lines and the law of gravity. In a flash, there seemed to be countless Han Fei's figures in the sky. In the sky, at the same time, clouds of blood mist burst out. Li Xian's arms were blown up, his chest was pierced, and he flew directly to Luo Xiaobai. The lower half of Sun Wu's body was blown up. However, Han Fei didn't let this person go. A knife light flashed. The so-called heavenly talent of the big clans was directly beheaded. Zhang Mingquan's chest was directly smashed and collapsed. The so-called Zhang family's body defense technique couldn't even resist a hammer shadow. In the dumbfounded gaze of Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai, they saw people being thrown over one after another. In the blink of an eye, 23 people were thrown over. The rest all turned into a cloud of blood mist. Whether it was the protection of the big turtle phantom or the immortal seal, they were all useless. It could even be said that the immortal seal was almost useless to Han Fei now, because his speed was so fast that they couldn't use the immortal seal at all. If it was the undying seal sealed in his body, the moment the void lines locked onto him, he would have been able to block the seal. Chu Qingyin's face had long changed. If she hadn't mastered the law of time, it would have been impossible for her to block Han Fei's attacks. But after 5 hits, Chu Qingyin was shocked to find that there was no one around. He was the only one left. Hey! Han Fei's figure flashed in the void. However, the explorer was already standing in front of Chu Qingyin. Roar! Thief! You deserve to die. However, even though he had seen Han Fei's figure, the void shook and 2 giant hammers smashed down. Boom! Bang! This time, the explorer was truly resisting with all his might. There was something wrong with Han Fei's strength. He didn't see it in the beginning, which led to the death of so many heavenly talents. He could not shoulder this responsibility. However, the tremendous force of the twin hammers sent him flying more than 3,000 meters away. Chu Qingyin was shocked. Han Fei, if you kill me, the balance will be broken immediately. To hell with balance. The hammers in Han Fei's hands disappeared, replaced by snowmorn. Stop! Someone emerged from the void. Han Fei was a little surprised. How did they come so fast? Shouldn't they have just set off? Even if they were explorers, they shouldn't have crossed half of the 1,000-star city at once. However, Han Fei didn't stop. Swish! A dazzling silver light flashed in the sky. Chu Qingyin vomited a mouthful of blood. The surrounding space twisted, and Han Fei's sword slowed down. However, in the next moment, Han Fei's figure appeared behind Chu Qingyin. In terms of spatial techniques, Han Fei, who had long been familiar with the star-shifting technique, was much stronger than Chu Qingyin's secret technique of time. Puchi! Chu Qingyin's long legs were all broken, and blood splashed in the sky. Because the other party had sent an explorer, Han Fei had no time to think too much. His first reaction was to kill Chu Qingyin. However, as soon as this idea flashed through his mind, he knew it was wrong. Chu Qingyin was the most valuable person in this group of people. If he killed Chu Qingyin now, who could he ask for benefits from? Boom! Chu Qingyin felt that all the bones in her body were broken. At that moment, she was trembling from the bottom of her heart and even her soul. What kind of existence is this? Not only Chu Qingyin was trembling, but even Luo Xiaobai, who was catching people, was also trembling. Earlier, this group of people had blocked the Thug Academy for so long that she almost couldn't hold on anymore. However, as soon as Han Fei came back, he attacked fiercely. Except for the peak-level law enforcers, the rest were all slaughtered. You're courting death. A big hand stretched across the sky and slapped at Han Fei. Below, the elder of the Su family immediately took action. However, he was too slow. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. An intermediate explorer? Han Fei immediately sneered. Am I too arrogant? Since when did an intermediate explorer dare to be arrogant in front of me? Huh! The 100-beast, soul-suppressing roar burst out. In the clear sky, under the rising heat, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Hundreds of beasts flew across the sky, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The intermediate explorer's body stiffened. At that moment, all the void lines were fastened. Han Fei didn't have time to check how strong his soul was at this moment. Anyway, he just fastened it. Then, Snowmorn instantly drained the spiritual energy in Han Fei's body. After that, a ray of sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth and it seemed to carry the might of splitting open the heavens and the earth as it directly slashed this person into two. In fact, although Han Fei could fight an intermediate explorer, it was definitely not so easy. The reason why Han Fei succeeded so easily this time was that this person underestimated him too much. He thought that he could catch Han Fei with a big void hand. Who would have thought that? Han Fei first used soul-suppressing spell, then manipulated the void lines, and then tore him apart with a sword strike. All of this happened too quickly. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Shoot! Lu Renkuang's cheeks trembled wildly. Oh my god! However, Han Fei's battle speed was too fast. Zhang Xuanyu only had time to shout this sentence. The Su family's explorer was only halfway through his attack when he discovered that the opponent's explorer was already dead. The beginner explorer who was flying over immediately peed his pants and tried to tear through the void. You want to leave? Did I agree? Activating the star teleportation technique, Han Fei suddenly appeared next to the man. However, the man reacted very quickly and launched a soul shock first. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing, but he ignored it and roared again. Hundreds of beast hooves stepped on the void and roared. Stop! This time, 3 people tore the void and came. Among them, there were advanced explorers. Han Fei stretched out a hand and inserted it into the junior explorer's chest, pouring all the infinity water into his body. At the same time, he roared, "Infinite defense." Lu Renkuang shivered and immediately activated infinite defense to protect everyone on his side. Rumble! As if a nuclear bomb had exploded, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. At the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had already appeared in infinite defense. At the same time, the array under his feet popped up. Unfortunately, the Great Plate Turtle array was not set up, and he only had time to set up 5 layers. The power of the violent explosion spread over. Crack, crack, crack! The Great Plate Turtle array was broken, and infinite defense lasted for 2 seconds. Everyone rolled thousands of meters in the sky before they stopped. In the void, there was a roar. Han Fei, you little thief, you're courting death. Han Fei roared. Villains of the major clans, you heavenly talents are my hands. Why don't you surrender now? With that, Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the infinity water returned. And the blood-drinking knife was already on Chu Qingyin's neck. Ruthlessness? I've seen all kinds of battles. Even the Venerables have to listen to me. Even in front of the Venerables, I dare to kill people. A few explorers? What's the big deal? Gudu. At the moment the infinity water exploded, hundreds of hidden fissures were directly crushed in this terrifying explosion. Watching the show? You have to be alive to watch it. Han Fei's last attack was intentional. He just wanted to kill a group of people from the big clans. The reason why Han Fei wasn't afraid of accidentally injuring others was that ordinary people didn't dare to participate in the battle between the big clans and the Thug Academy. Therefore, Han Fei was very sure that he didn't kill any of them by mistake. As for the so-called balance, he wasn't being suppressed step by step, forced step by step, or set up step by step. At most, Old Han and Ren Tianfen would attack at the same time, and he still had the sky dissecting finger. Old Jiang and Old Bai couldn't just sit back and watch. Besides, the Thug Academy definitely had other trump cards. Play hard. The barefooted aren't afraid of those who wear shoes. If worse came to worst, Ren Tianfen and Old Han could take everyone and escape together. In this battle, the area within a radius of 50 kilometers was flattened, full of scars. Han Fei and the others landed, and Lu Renkuang said tremblingly, "Fei Fei, have you been possessed by someone?" "Bah, you're the one who's been possessed." "Gudu." Zhang Xuanyu also swallowed. Then you. Can you even kill explorers? Lu Renkuang added, "What happened just now? I didn't understand it either. I saw an explorer split into 2 with just a swoosh." Luo Xiaobai's chest heaved up and down, and she looked at Han Fei in shock. What kind of opportunity did this guy get in the ideal palace? In less than 2 months, was he going to become a heaven-defying cultivator? Are you going to become a king in 2 more months? Han Fei said lightly, "Senior Su, please take Daji and the others to the back mountain." Su Laocheng was dumbfounded. Without saying a word, he picked up Su Daji and the others, tore the void open, and ran away. No one could have imagined the scene before them. You said that Han Fei was now a peak-level law enforcer, which could be explained by opportunity. You said that Han Fei could defeat 100 people alone, which could be explained by talent. However, you said that in less than 2 months, Han Fei had gone from a peak-level hidden fisher to the point where he could slaughter explorers? What reason should I make up for myself? How can I convince myself that this is not a lie? Chapter 1150. When the storm dissipated, a total of 5 explorers walked out of the void. When they saw this scene, they all gasped. Is this a battle between explorers? The expressions of the 3 explorers who came first were already extremely ugly. Many of their disciples were killed, and 2 explorers were killed in front of their eyes. How could they not be shocked? Someone was immediately enraged. Han Fei, how dare you slaughter the disciples of our big clans? Han Fei's eyes were fierce. Are you going to allow the disciples of the big clans to block the gate of the Thug Academy? How dare you seriously injure the teachers and students of the Thug Academy? The man shouted in a low voice. Boy, let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for slaughtering your Thug Academy today. Bam! However, as soon as he said so, the sky exploded, the wind and clouds changed color, and a figure tore the void. Han Fei took a look. Wow, isn't this the old guy Ren Tianfei? Han Fei immediately smiled and said, Hey, Senior, you're here? Ren Tianfei was furious. You had a good time killing down there. Do you know that I almost couldn't escape? I fought with 3 venerables. Otherwise, do you really think you can slaughter them down there? Hearing this, Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Good. You big clans are really good. I broke the balance, and you ambushed the venerables here. Haha, if I had known this, I would have killed more. Humph! A white mist enveloped hundreds of kilometers around. Then, in the void, a voice drifted out. Han Fei, do you think no one dares to touch you because Han Guanshu is your father? Han Fei held his head high, not flinching at all. Think about the price of touching me. If you touch me, do you want the profits of the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery? From now on, no one from the big clans dares to go to the unknown place again. You'll hurt yourself if you hurt the enemy. The guy up there is too old. Think about the consequences. Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei and smacked his lips. Boy, you're quite a talker. Ren Tianfei laughed. You want to ambush me with only 3 venerables? Have you forgotten how I fought my way into the 1,000-star city? A venerable said indifferently, The Thug Academy has to pay the price for slaughtering so many of our people. If he handed over the Thug Academy's star bead, the matter could be resolved. If you don't hand over the star bead today, you'll have to come again. Otherwise, everyone in the Thug Academy will die except Han Fei. Pucci! With a swish, Han Fei cut off Chu Qingyin's arm. Are you threatening me? Chu Qingyin was horrified. Han Fei is a lunatic. He really dares to kill me. Chu Qingyin shouted, Old ancestor, save me. Han Fei said cruelly, Save you? Today, all the people I've captured are worth a top-grade divine weapon and 1,000,000 spirit springs. I'll hand him over when I get the money. What I have in my hand is 1,000,000 caddies of spirit spring and 100,000 spirit fruits. If you don't pay up, I'll kill you. Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei again. This guy was really good at killing. But don't you know who you're talking to? Ren Tianfei added, Do you want to know where my real body is? Maybe I've gone to your big families. So, at this moment, whoever dares to make a move, just kill me. If I can break into the 1,000-star city twice, I can do it 3rd time. Han Fei had already quietly hung a void line on Chu Qingyin and the others. Besides, he was ready to launch the sky-dissecting finger at any time. Even if the venerables saw through it, so what? When they oppressed the Thug Academy, they were ready to break up with them. The so-called balanced relationship was only produced when the 2 sides were equally strong and feared each other. As long as Ren Tianfei was alive and old Han was outside, this so-called balance would always exist. Should they break it? Let's see if the big families dare to fight. More and more explorers came. However, they didn't act rashly at this moment, and all looked at the sky. Now that even the venerable had taken action, they could only wait patiently. A voice said, Ren Tianfei, have you ever thought about it? If we take Han Fei down now, we will eventually find the star bead. Do you think we'll be afraid of the star bead when we get it? Humph! Before Ren Tianfei spoke, Han Fei pointed to the sky. Are you so sure that the star bead of the Thug Academy has what you want? Not all of you are from the Chu sect, right? Then do you know why the Chu sect has been looking for the star bead? Kacha! A strange force pressed the space, and Han Fei's finger was broken. However, Ren Tianfei quickly took action to protect Han Fei. Ren Tianfei shouted, King Chu, you are a venerable. How dare you attack a junior? Do you have any shame? Swish! The divine healing technique was activated, and Han Fei broke his finger expressionlessly. Han Fei sneered. Oh, I'm almost sure that the Chu sect won't tell you. They're not looking for the star bead, but for a person. Deceitful brat, making irresponsible remarks. In the sky, thunder rumbled. It seemed that this King Chu was angry. Han Fei had already calculated in his heart. Do the other big families really know about Xiaozi? Han Fei smiled and said, Old scoundrel, you don't even let me speak. Are you feeling guilty? How did the Chu sect rise? Have you forgotten? Don't the other big families have any doubts? In the distance, a voice came from afar. Brother Chu, why don't you let us hear it? Ren Tianfei frowned. Here comes another one. Do you know what's going on? Han Fei said proudly. Things have already come to this point. Why can't I tell you? What you venerables and peak-level explorers want to know is the way to go to the Divine Palace. I'll make it clear to you today. Since you bullied the Thug Academy, you'd better listen to me. For a moment, all the explorers, including Chu Qingyin and the others, including Luo Xiaobai and the others, fixed their eyes on Han Fei. Han Fei said unhurriedly, the rise of the Chu sect was just a sneak attack on a powerhouse from the Divine Palace and obtained an opportunity from her. Because of the opportunity, the Chu sect thought that this person could help them enter the Divine Palace and help them become kings. A voice echoed. Brother Shiman, is this true? Instead of responding directly, King Chu said solemnly, I've got the star bead. You can have a look at it. After all, he was a venerable and wouldn't fall out with them because of a lie. Since King Chu admitted it and promised to explore together, that was enough. However, Han Fei smiled coldly. Old scoundrel Chu, let me ask you a question. If that person can really go back to the Divine Palace, what do you think the Thug Academy is doing? Will we leave the opportunity to you? King Chu's voice was indifferent. Boy, do you think the Thug Academy can really go back to the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei sneered. Let's not talk about whether we can or not. Let me ask you, do you really think you can become kings after going to the Divine Palace? Then, let me tell you what the star bead of the Thug Academy says. Someone said leisurely, Oh, if you want to tell us, we can listen. Han Fei said unhurriedly, Then tell me what you want to hear most. Do you know what a king is? A king can inherit the luck of heaven and earth and establish a clan. This world is watched by the eye of the Great Path, and the Great Way is blocked. So, in the Thousand-Star City, it's impossible for you to become kings. So, you set your eyes on the Divine Palace. Someone smiled faintly. It seems that you are really lucky. You know a lot. Han Fei curled his lips. But have you ever thought about it? What if the Divine Palace is also watched by the eye of the Great Path? In the void, there was a slight tremor, but only Ren Tianfei was calm. A venerable snorted. How can you know something that even we don't know? Ren Tianfei suddenly said, You don't know, but I do. I've been there. Han Fei smiled. Look, it's not that you are omniscient and omnipotent. Seniorin doesn't bother to tell you, but I can give you some clues. Han Fei continued. Let me tell you something that you don't know. Do you know why the Thousand-Star City has 36 towns? Someone asked why. Han Fei grinned. Because there are 36 divine palaces. Otherwise, where do you think this number comes from? A venerable said lightly, Go on. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei, and the look in their eyes changed. Where did this news come from? Han Fei sneered. Do you remember what I said just now? A king can rule a clan. It's rare for a king to be born under the same sky. Have you ever thought that even if you can all go to the Divine Palace, Which one of you can become a king? Which one of you would like to be a king? After a long time, someone said, then we'll have a plan. Han Fei sneered. Plan? Let's not talk about whether you can become a king or not. Just look at Senior Run and you'll know. Not everyone who has been to the Divine Palace can become a king. Think about it. Once one of you becomes a king, what will happen to the rest? Will you let the others live? Seeing that no one spoke, Han Fei said lightly, maybe you will say that the rest can just surrender. But don't forget, even if one of you becomes a king, you still have to face the eye of the Great Path. Above you is the eye of the Great Path, and below you are the Venerables. Let me ask you, if you have a chance to become a king now, do you dare to do so? Han Fei was calm. This was called information asymmetry, although he basically knew nothing about the Divine Palace. However, this didn't stop him from bragging. Han Fei said, I don't have to say whether there are kings in the Divine Palace. Even if there aren't, once they become kings, the rest will all die. When they become kings, they can rule a clan alone. At most, they can cultivate venerables again. So, which family do you want their venerables to become kings? Well, the Chu sect knew some inside stories from the beginning. For this, they have been preparing for thousands of years. Aren't you worried? Humph, don't listen to this kid's alarmist talk. He's just talking nonsense to divide us. Ha ha, Han Fei laughed. Divide you? Do you need me to divide the big clans? Don't you know what you are like? Chapter 11:51. If the Thug Academy was allowed to maintain the so-called balance, it would eventually become meat in the mouths of the big clans. What Han Fei wanted to do was to muddy the waters. As the saying went, fish in troubled waters. The ancient existences of the aristocratic families were all vested interests. Perhaps the ancestors of some families had made contributions, but most of their descendants had walked on the opposite side of the commoners. For these people, who would want others to become kings? Run Tianfei added, Hee, do you remember when I just grabbed the sea quelling painting? The Immortal Palace is not as you said. There's no chance of becoming a king there at all. Otherwise, I would have become a king long ago, and you would be the first ones I killed. The Venerables frowned. They chose not to believe Run Tianfei's words. However, Han Fei's words seemed to be reasonable. He even knew there were 36 immortal palaces. It seemed that he knew some inside information. The Venerable of the Chu sect said in a thunderous voice, Everyone, don't be swayed by this sharp-tongued kid. Let's not talk about what will happen to us then. This kid is definitely not a good person. Neither is Run Tianfei nor Han Wanshu. Han Fei immediately shouted, The Thug Academy is one of the 8 major academies in the Thousand-Star City. We have our own rules. What do you mean by becoming a king? It was all nonsense. If there is a king in the Thug Academy, he may attack some big clans, but there's no reason for him to attack everyone. Just like not everyone attacked the Thug Academy back then. Han Fei paused and continued, If you still don't believe me, when a venerable is born in the Thug Academy, all the secrets of the star beads will be contributed for free. At that time, we can rely on our own means. We can't rob each other like you're doing now. What Han Fei wanted to do was to stall for time. As long as he could stall for enough time, who would fulfill their promises? That was just a joke. Suddenly, a venerable shouted, Ren Tianfei, are you provoking us? Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei in a daze, only to see this guy was calm. What? I just destroyed a small family of the Chu sect and killed 2 explorers. Why are you so excited? Han Fei's eyes moved. Did Oldman Ren attack again? He grinned. Did you see that? If he wanted to think about it, he could go home and think about it. I suggest you pay the money now and take him back. All right, the payment was only today. If anyone didn't deliver the resources before sunset, they would be killed. What great clan's prodigy. They were just a group of ironhead fish. You might want it, but I don't. Bang! All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Ren Tianfen was even shorter than before. He suddenly bellowed, Do it! Shwa shwa shwa. Han Fei attacked directly, and he only had time to use the draw technique once. The void lines only had enough time to control 6 people. Among them were Chu Qingyan, Yang Nanshi, and Li Xian. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai's father appeared, but failed to protect them. Luo Xiaobai and the others all vomited blood. Pucci, with broken bones and bleeding eyes, Han Fei killed 3 of them with one slash. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Han Fei controlled them with the void lines and made them explode again. Han Fei ignored it and roared, "Come on, let's hurt each other. You'd better think twice before you kill me. I won't even blink when I kill them." More than 10 people were taken away at once. Although they were not particularly important, Han Fei was still in a bad mood. Except for the Chu Qinyan trio, the other 3, controlled by the void lines, all exploded. Han Fei flashed and slashed out with a blood-drinking knife. "I dare you." Pucci. Another person was killed by Han Fei's knife. Someone was about to attack when an ethereal voice came from the void. "Yang, you dare to touch me? I'll slaughter the Yang family first." Han Fei suddenly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Han Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said gloomily, "Let's cut to the chase. Double the price. If you don't pay, I'll kill you." Half of Ren Tianfin's body collapsed, but he was still talking. "There's no way we can fight today. You still want to be tough? Don't blame me for killing you." Humph! Someone flew away. A group of explorers glared at Han Fei and also retreated. In the distance, as soon as Han Guanshu appeared, a figure appeared, and the 2 of them directly flew out of the void. In the Chow family, someone who was watching the show said leisurely, "This boy has learned the body of war." In the Heavenly Sword sect, someone frowned and said, "He's quite bold. Will the Thug Academy rise because of this boy?" In the Sea Cloud Tower, a strong master loosened a wooden stick in his hand. Muddy the water? However, this boy has underestimated the big families after all. And in the void, there were still people hiding. The woman asked, "Darling, is it really okay to send Yin Yin to the Thug Academy? I'm scared out of my wits." The man said, "Don't worry. Look at your courage. Why did you fall in love with Zhang Xuanyu? Isn't Han Fei a good guy?" The woman said, "Zhang Xuanyu is so handsome." The man, on the back mountain of the Thug Academy. Han Fei dragged Ren Tianfin's broken body and went to chat privately. After all, it was just a clone. Ren Tianfin protected Han Fei for 1 second, which was already very powerful. Han Fei didn't understand why this old guy had so many clones, and they were all so strong. Han Fei set up a barrier and said, "Old man Run, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. How many supremacies can you kill now?" "I'm not sure about that." Ren Tianfin leaned against a tree. "How many venerables? Do you think venerables are iron-headed fish? If I hadn't disguised myself with a clone and distracted 2 of them, do you think I would have dared to come just now?" "Yes." Han Fei gasped. "Are you saying that there were as many as 5 venerables who were going to hunt you?" Ren Tianfin rolled his eyes. "What do you think? Fortunately, you fought fast enough. It only took you less than 3 seconds. Otherwise, I would have been killed." Han Fei was lost for words. "Wait, aren't you very capable? You broke into the 1,000-star city twice. Why can't you do it this time?" Ren Tianfin spat. "Is it the same? What was my state before? What's my state now? Do you really think I can't be killed?" Han Fei chuckled. "What do you think? How long can this muddy water last?" Ren Tianfin said angrily, "How long can it last? Evacuate the 1,000-star city in 3 days." "Huh?" Han Fei was shocked. "You mean you can only hold on for 3 days?" Ren Tianfin said, "It's not that it can last 3 days, but that if we don't leave as soon as possible, we won't be able to. You made a mistake." "Huh?" Ren Tianfin was lost for words. "You can boast about the Immortal Palace and reveal some secrets. However, you shouldn't have told them about the person from the Immortal Palace that the Chu sect wants to capture." "What?" Ren Tianfin cursed. "One person can make the Chu sect. Do you know how many people will be scared of him?" Now, their attention was on the matter of King Cheng. However, once their attention is diverted, it will fall on this person. Perhaps the matter of King Cheng could be put aside, but this person was delayed. Those venerables will not allow this person to be taken by others. So, they will force you to stay in the 1,000-star city to maintain this balance. Then, they will look for a follow-up solution. In this way, you will be stuck at the peak of Law Enforcer and can't make any progress. Han Fei was shocked. Damn, it seems right. I was too careless. Ren Tianfei sneered. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Where did you learn to be so fierce? However, you do have the momentum that a strong master must have. It's just that you muddied the waters and got yourself into trouble. However, Ren Tianfen turned his head and said, However, in fact, even if you didn't tell them about this person, you still couldn't get away. Your strength has improved too fast, and you can even kill explorers. Everyone knows that if you want to find an opportunity to become an explorer, you can't stay in a 1,000-star city. So, you have to run away sooner or later. Han Fei, Ren Tianfen said leisurely, it's also a problem that your strength is growing too fast. Anyway, you have to find a way to run away. Those 3 brats, just kill the hostages. Or be a hostage. One of my clones has already gone to find Jiang Daqian and Baikongi. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, How can I run away? Ren Tianfen was stunned for a moment. Wait for someone to save you. Why? Do you think you can run away by yourself? Okay, I have to go. Do what you have to do. Saving people doesn't need timing. Every moment is a good opportunity. Han Fei was speechless. Wait, you're already like this. Where are you going? Ren Tianfen snorted. Although I'm just a clone, I still have a wisp of my soul. With that, Ren Tianfen lay down and died, and a blue light flew away with a swish. When Han Fei arrived at the back mountain, Yang Nanshi and the other 2 were all dumbfounded like quails. They were proud of themselves as heavenly talents and didn't want to admit defeat. However, none of them had expected this. It was just a face-to-face confrontation. They didn't even have time to use any means before they were blown up. Yang Nanshi lost her hands, and Chu Qingyan lost her legs and an arm. They were almost beaten to death. Li Xian didn't dare to speak. He was the only one who had seen Han Fei before he entered the ideal palace. However, he had never expected that in just 2 months, Han Fei would become so strong. Not only that, the 3 of them were dumbfounded, and so were Luo Xiaobai and the others. When Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and the others, Luo Tianhe had already left. He could take action once in a while, but he couldn't face the families of the entire 1,000-star city. Han Fei glanced around and didn't see the tree spirit's clone. It must have been destroyed. Seeing Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, Han Fei, come here, explain to me. What's wrong with you? Lu Renquang hurriedly said, Treat my leg first. Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything and just looked at Han Fei quietly. The explorer of the Su family stood on the side with Su Daiji and the others. They seemed to want to listen too. Han Fei glanced at Su Laoqing. From today on, the Su family has nothing to do with the Thug Academy. The Thug Academy will take care of Su Daiji and Su Sanqian. Su Laoqing's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to speak several times, but in the end, he nodded slightly, tore open the void, and left the Thug Academy. Luo Xiaobai frowned. What happened? Han Fei said leisurely. I'm afraid we have to run. Everyone. Chapter 1152. After briefly explaining the reason for his escape, Han Fei went straight to the back mountain of the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei squatted beside Jiuyin Ling with a solemn expression. Jiuyin Ling was seriously injured. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and there were signs of her being crippled. However, it was obvious that someone had helped her. She must have eaten a lot of spiritual fruits. Otherwise, she would have been crippled by now. However, even if she wasn't crippled now, her foundation was damaged and needed time to recuperate. When she saw Han Fei, Jiuyin Ling said with a pale face, I'm fine. Fine my ass. Han Fei frowned and threw out a few divine healing techniques. Only then did he see that Jiuyin Ling's face looked better. Luo Xiaobai said, Because of Jiuyin Ling, the Jiuyin family was attacked by the big families. I heard that Senior Jiuyin Lai was crippled. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and suppressed his anger. I see. I'll remember what happened. When the time comes, I'll get my revenge. Next to the hot pot, Han Fei picked up a large piece of fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, Just like you can't remember anything after leaving the ideal palace, I can't remember anything either. but I'm strong anyway. After all, Han Fei entered the ideal palace with them. What exactly did he experience? Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know either. Han Fei kept bragging, but no one knew. At this time, the big families didn't know what Han Fei experienced in the ideal palace. Why did Han Fei become so strong? Unfortunately, those who entered the ideal palace didn't remember anything inside after coming out. Therefore, those big families couldn't investigate. What kind of opportunities did Han Fei obtain inside? Everything was a mystery. However, it was obvious that many heavenly talents of the big families died in the ideal palace. Because of this, there were many suspicions among the big families. It was also quite controversial whether or not there were people who were working with the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei sensed the surroundings and suddenly said, "Release your souls. I'll teach you a new language." Luo Xiaobai and the others were puzzled, then looked at the void and nodded slightly. After a moment, Han Fei said in Jotun, "Let's not talk about where this language came from. In the next few days, we have to find a way to escape. Because I'm a peak-level law enforcer, although this balance seems to be still, it has actually been broken. I have to run. If I don't run, I won't be able to become an explorer." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I agree. Your growth rate is simply too fast. If it were me, I would have kept an eye on you. Right now, there must be someone watching you." Zhang Xuanyu said, "How? Will Senior Ren help us escape?" Luren Kuang said, "Probably not. There's so many supremacies watching." Han Fei shrugged and said, "I don't know. He told us to wait to be rescued." Zhuyin Ling's eyelids trembled slightly. She didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Just now, she saw the scene of Han Fei's attack. However, due to her injuries, she did not go out. She still couldn't believe it. Had Han Fei become the strongest person in the Thug Academy in such a short time? She thought to herself, "Those people all say that I cultivate fast, but in fact Han Fei is the fastest." It was precisely because of Han Fei's extremely high talent that the big clans in the Thousand Star City didn't tolerate him. Could he really intervene in a battle of this level? Han Fei said, "So what should we do? Let's just wait." Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while and said, "We can't wait to die. No one knows how many supremacies there are in the Thousand Star City. How many can Uncle Han hold back? We don't know either. Senior Ren should be able to hold back 3. The President and Senior Uncle Jiang may come, but it's useless for them to come. There are many explorers in the Thousand Star City. So, once they come, it means that they also have the strength to resist the supremacies for a short time." Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was stunned. "So?" Luo Xiaobai said, "They're not strong enough. It's hard to say whether they can save us or not. Also, the purpose of the Thug Academy, sending us here, should be to find a way to enter the Divine Palace. It seems that we haven't done it yet, right?" Han Fei hesitated for a moment. "Well, actually, I think we might have done it." Swish! Swish! Everyone looked at Han Fei. "What do you mean you did it? How'd you do it?" Han Fei said with a bitter smile, "It's complicated, but the so-called path has never been complicated. The problem is that we can't enter the Divine Palace casually. Old Han has long told me that there are Explorer-level puppets everywhere. The question is, do you think Old Bai really asked us to come to the Thousand Star City to find a way?" Luo Xiaobai's heart did a flip. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise. "What else?" Han Fei said, "I always feel that something is wrong. In fact, I feel that he still wants us to go to the Ideal Palace, right? Tell me, what happened after you came out of the Ideal Palace?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "After I came out, I became a law enforcer, but I don't know how I made the breakthrough." Han Fei scratched his head. "I don't know why. He always felt that this matter still had something to do with him." Han Fei was sure that his reincarnation and the so-called reincarnated soul realm were not the same place at all. For Luo Xiaobai and the others, the Ideal Palace might be a place to practice. Perhaps the real reincarnated soul realm should be to become a law enforcer. But for him, this was not the case. If there were no big clans hunting him, he would still meet Shimin Linglan after entering the Fifth Soul Realm. Shimin Linglan's battle for the mountain didn't succeed. Human beings would be defeated. After the defeat, what would happen next? Will he be recognized? Would he have to enter the reincarnation in the end? Besides, there should be a follow-up story for the human beings in the reincarnation and other races, right? After all, when he sees the City of Justice, there was no sea god statue. Then what were people like his mother doing at that time? Also, in the prehistoric soul realm, when he transformed into a giant ape, how could the beasts fight with the fleeing human beings? It was reasonable to say that, with his appearance, the 100,000 Mountains should be the first to know some of the situation in the future. Since there was a battle, the human ship he saw at that time seemed to have found a way out. Who were the people and races that had escaped the calamity? Han Fei didn't know. Han Fei also sighed at the moment about Shimin Linglan's fate, because no matter what, everything she had experienced had already happened in the past. No matter how regretful Han Fei was, he couldn't change anything now. The ideal palace left many unsolved mysteries. Han Fei couldn't figure it out. When there was a chance, he would still have to go to the ideal palace to take a look. If he could enter the fifth soul realm, would there be a time paradox? Han Fei, Han Fei. Hearing Luo Xiaobai calling him, Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses. Oh, let me put it this way. The president probably saw that the Scattered Stars Island didn't have much effect on our experience, so he just wanted us to find a safe place to practice. However, he didn't expect that I would make a breakthrough too fast and implicate everyone. Smack! Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei. We're brothers. Don't mention it. Anyway, the 1,000-star city has come. The law enforcers have been defeated, and we've been to the 3 Holy Lands. It's not a loss. Luren Kuang nodded repeatedly. I don't want to come. I still want to stay on the sea. Luo Xiaobai looked at Yi Shiyin and the others, who were eating hot pot at the side, and said via voice transmission, the problem is that we can't just wait here. Since the battle is already like this today, I wonder if there's a way to create a greater turmoil? Create an opportunity for Senior Run and the others? Zhang Xuanyu asked suspiciously, can we run away from the Venerable's eyes with a greater turmoil? Luren Kuang said, let's change our faces. We can change our faces and leave. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Are you an idiot? That's the Venerable. How can you change your face and leave? Even if you become an iron-head fish, you can't run away. Han Fei pondered for a long time and suddenly waved to Yi Shiyin. Yin Yin, come here. Qi Lu, Yi Shiyin, and the others had been paying attention to this side. They were really dumbfounded. They had just entered the school, and the school was already fighting with the big families of the 1,000-star city. Senior brother, what's the matter? Han Fei smiled and said, Yin Yin, can you still get in touch with your father and mother? Yi Shiyin shook her head. The two of them ran away to give birth to their second child. I won't be able to find them. Han Fei said leisurely. Really? Han Fei waved his hand and asked Yi Shiyin to continue eating hot pot. After pondering for a moment, Han Fei took a breath. Xiaobai, if you return to the Luo family, will you be in trouble? Luo Xiaobai frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei said, I'll arrange it one by one. In fact, it's not difficult to leave. It's me, not you. If you can leave, I can find a way to escape with peace of mind. Zhang Xuanyu said, no, let's go together. Luren Kuang nodded. If they left and Han Fei wanted to leave, wouldn't a full-scale war break out? Han Fei said, let's wait and see. After the meal, Han Fei lay on a tree trunk, preoccupied. He was now more and more suspicious. Why did they come to the 1,000-star city? I'm afraid it's not as simple as looking for the entrance to the Divine Palace, is it? After so many years, the real powerhouses of the 1,000-star city actually had several ways to go to the Divine Palace. It would be impossible for them to say that they didn't know. It was not that they didn't know how to go, but that they didn't have the ability to go. Just now, judging from Ren Tianfei's calm tone, he didn't seem to be worried at all. Therefore, Han Fei swept away the gloominess in his heart and stopped thinking about this problem. He'd better wait and see what happened in the next 2 days. Since Han Fei came out of the ideal palace, he hadn't fully understood his own situation. Looking at his mind, a small vine in the demon purification pot had withered, which made Han Fei's heart sink. It seemed that the price of forcibly deducing the 6th level of the void fishing art was not small. He didn't know how much spiritual energy it would take to make this little vine go back. At this moment, information emerged in his mind. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 69. Peak level law enforcer. Spiritual energy, 432-5681-99999. Spiritual power, 18696/18696. Perception range greater than 942 kilometers. Law enforcer, invincible power greater than 52 waves. First spiritual heritage, level 9. High quality. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 59. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, void fishing art, level 6. Sky stealing technique, venerable level, divine. Quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei was slightly stunned. When he was reincarnated, he was actually a recultivator. Since he was a recultivator, there were many things that he didn't cultivate. Therefore, at that time, whether it was spiritual energy, spiritual power, perception range, or strength, they were relatively different. In particular, he took the spiritual heritage stealing fruit by mistake. Even he didn't realize it until he woke up. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if he was destined to take this spiritual fruit, but his spiritual heritage became level 9 without him knowing it. He used to want to improve his spiritual heritage, but now he didn't need to. His spiritual heritage was full. However, after Wang Han merged with his body, his strength didn't increase much, especially in terms of strength. Although it was more than 10 times stronger than when he entered the ideal palace, it was only a little stronger than when he was reincarnated. Although they were both peak-level law enforcers, the strength of a normal heavenly talent could also reach more than 40 waves. Han Fei suspected that he hadn't fully adapted to it yet. Perhaps he still needed a period of consolidation to completely stabilize his strength. Since he needed to do that, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had just become a peak-level law enforcer and still had a long way to go. He didn't have time to study the sky-stealing technique in the future. He'd better wait until he left the Thousand-Star City. After experiencing a reincarnation, Han Fei saw the nature of the big clans clearly. Therefore, these big clans must be destroyed. These big clans were like cancer in today's human society, almost squeezing all the fishermen under the rule of the Thousand-Star City dry. If Han Fei wanted to be the king and rule this region, this tumor had to be removed. Shimenlingland City of Justice had set a good example for Han Fei, and Shimenlingland's path, in a sense, was also the path that he wanted to take. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1153. In the evening, someone from the aristocratic families came to send resources. They gave as much as Han Fei asked for, without even making a counteroffer. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Do you think you can take back what you gave? In your dreams. Looking at the people who came to pick her up, Yang Nanchi shouted, Let's go, let's go. Have you picked up my arm? Miss, it's been picked up. Let's go back and pick it up immediately. Yang Nanchi didn't want to stay in the Thug Academy for a second longer. When Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, she always felt that Han Fei would eat her in the hot pot. At this moment, when her family came to pick her up, she was so excited that she wanted to cry. She was a heavenly talent, but she was defeated so miserably and thoroughly. Of course, Yang Nanchi was still a little comforted. Chu Qingyan was even more miserable. She was about to be chopped into pieces. What top 10 heavenly talents? At this moment, in Yang Nanchi's eyes, she sneered. She now had a new goal, which was to put Han Fei out of her goal. She had to defeat the so-called top 10 heavenly talents first. Compared to Yang Nanchi, who didn't have much hatred, Chu Qingyan's eyes were full of anger. Next to the explorer, she said coldly, Han Fei, one day you will regret it. Han Fei grinned and took 2 steps forward, making the explorer tense up, fearing that Han Fei would go crazy again. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry, I won't attack you again. Chu Qingyan, right? Originally, I wanted to kill you. But do you know why I didn't kill you? Regardless of what she wanted to answer, Han Fei said, Because in my eyes, you are a pile of resources. I can exchange you for a huge amount of resources. And, to be honest, you're not even qualified to be my opponent now. If I don't die, there will be a demon in your heart. Maybe I can make more money from you in the future. In your dreams. Han Fei shrugged and waved his hand. Get lost. When Chu Qingyan and the other two were picked up, Han Fei's smile slightly sank. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "They gave us resources without hesitation. Something is wrong." Han Fei nodded. For them, maybe they just want to keep the resources with us and think that they can take them back at any time. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Doesn't that mean that they can make a move at any time? It seems like they're really going to shed all pretense of cordiality. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that someone had come from outside the school, and it was someone he knew. The fifth glimmer? Han Fei frowned. Him again? Han Fei said, "Someone is coming." Everyone was stunned. Someone still came to visit at this time? At the school gate, when Han Fei saw the fifth glimmer, Luo Xiaobai said, "The fifth glimmer from the Sea Cloud Tower is very strong." Of course Han Fei knew that. How could this fellow not be strong when facing experts from the prodigy role? Seeing Han Fei and the others come out, Fifth Glimmer immediately cupped his hands and smiled. Sea Cloud Tower, Fifth Glimmer is here to visit. Luo Xiaobai was confused. What is it? Diwu Haiguang took a look and said, why don't I see any juniors from your school? I'm here to find them. Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Diwu Haiguang grinned and said, it's like this. Every time the Heavenly Fire Festival, our Sea Cloud Tower will stage a breakthrough battle. We sincerely invite the heavenly talents of the major academies to help us fight. I've long heard that the Thug Academy only has heavenly talents. How can the Sea Cloud Tower miss it? For some reason, Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to like this person very much, so he immediately said, why should I go? It's not the Heavenly Sword sect. Your Sea Cloud Tower is at the bottom. I'm not going. Wait a minute. Before Diwu Haiguang spoke, Han Fei suddenly interrupted. Zhang Xuanyu and the others looked at Han Fei curiously. At this moment, everyone was planning how to run away. If Yi Xian and the others fought, how could they run away? Diwu Haiguang looked at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei grinned. What's in it for helping the disciples of your Sea Cloud Tower fight? Diwu Haiguang smiled. Helping others is also helping yourself. Han Fei pointed to himself and said, look at me. Can I help them? The corners of Diwu Haiguang's mouth twitched. Brother Han, you must be joking. Others may not know about today's battle, but who doesn't? You'd better forget it. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. Han Fei said, if our academy goes to help, there must be a teacher leading the team, right? Are we going to let the 5 kids go? Diwu Haiguang said indifferently. The Sea Cloud Tower is one of the 7 major academies, so we will naturally take care of the safety of your disciples. Speaking of this, Luo Xiaobai's eyes changed slightly. The meaning behind those words was strange. Was the Sea Cloud Tower going to help him? Han Fei thought for a moment. Okay, the Thug Academy has always been friendly and likes to help others. Yin Yin, Daji, Guqi, come out. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei, what do you mean? Han Fei replied, didn't they say that helping them in battle is equivalent to exchanging and learning? After a while, Yi Xian and the others came out. Han Fei said, Xingyue, the Sea Cloud Tower specially invited you to participate in the Skyfire Festival and gain experience. You are all experts of the same generation, so don't disgrace the Thug Academy. Also, when you arrive at the Sea Cloud Tower, don't make trouble for me. Listen to this 5th senior brother's arrangement. Huh? Xingyue frowned. Why are we going to the Sea Cloud Tower now? Yi Xian said, darling, are you going? Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. Shut up. That's a low-level experience. Just go. Han Fei said, okay, it's settled. Diwu Haiguang waved her hand, and a fishing boat appeared. Let's go. Next time I have a chance, I have to spar with Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. Okay. Su Daji was still looking at Han Fei, and Han Fei frowned. What are you looking at? There are no toys this time. Find your own toys to play with. Xingyue seemed to realize something and immediately said, let's go. After Diwu Haiguang left, Han Fei looked up at the sky and said indifferently, Xiaobai, will the Sea Cloud Tower steal the disciples of the Thug Academy? Of course, he didn't say this to Luo Xiaobai, but to some people with ulterior motives. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. So what? We'll get the back later. Luren Kuang was dumbfounded. Only the 5 of us are left? Li Luo hasn't come out yet. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Ignore her. She doesn't have a strong presence. Let her play in the ideal palace. Seeing that Su Daji and the others were taken to the Sea Cloud Tower, Zhuyin Ling's heart tightened. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell that the Sea Cloud Tower had helped them. However, the Sea Cloud Tower didn't want to get involved too deeply, so they only protected the 5 juniors. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also curious. Why would this sect, which had always had a low presence, help them? If someone were to help, it should be the Heavenly Sword sect, right? Han Fei seemed to have some guesses in his heart. In the ideal palace, Diwu Haiguang had helped him twice. Including this time, it had been 3 times. There was a saying, the person you helped might not necessarily help you. However, those who helped you would help you again. At this point, Han Fei was sure that there was something wrong with the Sea Cloud Tower. In this world, there was no help for no reason. Perhaps the Sea Cloud Tower was either related to Old Han or the Thug Academy, but the probability of it being related to Ren Tianfei seemed low. This time, the Sea Cloud Tower dared to help, which also meant that the Sea Cloud Tower had a venerable level powerhouse, and it might be a relatively strong one. No matter who the Sea Cloud Tower had a secret relationship with, fortunately, it solved the problem for Han Fei. Without Su Daiji and the other 4, their mobility would be even stronger. The next day, 1000-Star Skyfire Festival. The temperature in the air was 30% higher than yesterday. The spiritual energy skyrocketed, and so did the energy. Han Fei was lying in the treehouse, thinking about what would happen next. Luren Kuang was cooking under the tree. Zhang Xuanyu shouted under Han Fei's tree, Fei, why are you cultivating all the time now? The surrounding spiritual energy and energy are all floating to you. Han Fei grinned. Level 9 spiritual heritage. Even if I don't cultivate, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy and energy to temper my physique. What the F***CK can I do? Luren Kuang shouted, it's time to eat. Next to the hot pot, seeing that Zhuyin Ling had basically recovered, Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on her and said, your foundation is damaged, but it's not a big problem. Just take some time and slowly make up for it. Zhuyin Ling was a little absent-minded and grunted softly. Today, Luren Kuang cooked a pot of sea cucumbers in the pot. Han Fei looked at him in astonishment. Are you going to make up for it? Luren Kuang chuckled. Today is special. I'll make up for it. Wait. Suddenly, they all looked up at the sky. In the void, there was a vague, ethereal movement, like the sound of an immortal. Zhuyin Ling said, this time it's a little loud. In the past, it was very hard to hear and only appeared during the Skyfire Festival. Han Fei scratched his head and didn't feel anything. However, it was quite strange. How did the 1000-Star City Skyfire Festival come about? Slurp, slurp. Luren Kuang and Zhang Xuanyu were already gorging themselves, and Han Fei immediately joined the battle. Luo Xiaobai took a few bites casually, and Zhuyin Ling only picked up some side dishes. The meal lasted for half an hour. Rumble, suddenly, the clear sky exploded. A terrifying explosion rang out from who knew how many miles away. Ha! Bastards, I'm back. Swish, swish. Han Fei and the others all got up. Is it going to start just like that? It's going to start so casually? Han Fei scanned with his perception. About 800 kilometers away from the Thug Academy, the void shook and a battle took place. Old Demon Run, you're going to die today. Ren Tianfei, you can't do it more than 3 times. This time, if you can escape again, I'll write my surname backwards. His voice shook and resounded throughout the 1000-Star City. However, this time, only 3 of them chased after him. The big clans were not idiots. They had already informed each other to guard their clans with all their might. Many prodigies had gone to the 1000-Star testing grounds to train in order to avoid this battle. Above the Thug Academy, Han Guanshu's figure suddenly appeared. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1154. He was still elegant and calm. and his hand was still behind his back. Han Fei was shocked. Wait, old Han, why are you here? That's not how you save people. As soon as Han Fei said so, the void was blocked, and 3 venerables appeared. One was holding a long sword that flickered with scorching light. One had a flood dragon behind him, and the last body was deformed like a bird's claws with black wings. Han Guanshu glanced at Han Fei indifferently. Saving people depends on your strength. Stay here. Someone sneered. Han Guanshu, you've come to the 1,000-star city and you still want to leave? The Birdman grinned hideously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chilla. Han Guanshu casually tore open a void crack. You've deduced the heavenly void divine walking technique. You're neither a human nor a bird. You're really useless. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them, including Han Guanshu, all disappeared into the void crack. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, Something's wrong. Are they here to save us? Han Fei was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he said, It seems that we're just bait. Lu Renquang looked serious. Aren't we bait? Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. No, we don't seem to be bait for the big clans, but Uncle Han and the others. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. No, I don't quite understand. What do you mean? Luo Xiaobai explained. Senior Rin, Uncle Han, and the Thug Academy set up a trap together. Then, the president sent us here as bait. Han Fei was stunned. Then, isn't it swish, swish, swish? Suddenly, Old Bai and Old Jiang tore open the void above the Thug Academy and came over. Old Jiang laughed. Brats, we're here to save you. Han Fei's lips twitched. Do you believe what you just said? Luo Xiaobai was a little suspicious of the IQ of these 2 old men. President, just the 2 of you? Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of void cracks suddenly appeared above the Thug Academy. In the Su family of the Pure Sun Island, the 2 explorers were watching the situation. Seeing the tremors, he roared, Quick, everyone, evacuate Pure Sun Island. In fact, as soon as the Venerable's voice reverberated, countless fishing boats had already taken off from the Pure Sun Island. Don't ask why. Half of Pure Sun Island was reduced to ruins during the Battle of the Thug Academy. This kind of experience was only known to the older generation. The legs of Su Laocheng and another explorer of the Su family were trembling. Was the tragedy of the past going to happen again? However, many of the people who walked out of the void above the Thug Academy were wearing black robes and white faceless masks. Hiss! Han Fei and the others gasped. Faceless man? Han Fei was shocked. So many faceless explorers? Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. Is the faceless man so strong? Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Uncle Faceless, aren't you just a law enforcer? Why are there so many explorers here? What they didn't notice was that Jiuyin Ling wasn't surprised at all. She was as calm as usual. When the faceless man appeared, the explorers of the big clans were also surprised. What's going on? Where did so many faceless men come from? Someone shouted in a low voice. Not good. This is the long-planned plot of the Thug Academy. Old by cursed. You didn't realize it until now? It's too late. Kill. The sky was in chaos. Old Jiang shouted and activated a circular array. Tens of thousands of sword lights burst out from the array, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Of the 100 explorers, some had entered the void, and some had directly started fighting. In an instant, the sky rumbled incessantly. The beginning was already so explosive. Old Jiang shouted, Han Fei, this is not your battlefield. Let's go. Swish! A faceless man appeared directly in front of Han Fei and the others. He stretched out one hand, and complicated array patterns appeared. With Han Fei's current understanding of arrays, he could tell at a glance that this was a long-distance teleportation array. The man chuckled. Are you surprised? I don't have time to explain to you now. Go to other battlefields. Everyone was taken aback. There are other battlefields? Han Fei suddenly said, Junior Uncle Faceless. Haha, cut the crap. Come on. The teleportation array had been opened, and several explorers descended. Junior Uncle Faceless pushed them away and roared, Get lost. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they realized in an instant that this was actually not a battle where the enemy was strong, but a battle where the enemy was evenly matched. Han Fei said without hesitation, "Let's go." When the five of them appeared, they found that they were on a large island full of rivers. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that there were 6 battles across nearly 1,000 kilometers. The places where the battles were happening were all places where the big residences gathered, and the people who were fighting were all faceless men. At this moment, Han Fei realized that it wasn't the venerables of the Thousand-Star City who were hunting Old Han and Ren Tianfei, but the 2 of them who were actively restraining the enemies and creating opportunities for the faceless men. Marshal Uncle Faceless shouted, "This is revenge, and also a long-planned rebellion. The so-called catastrophe of the Thug Academy was actually provoked by us. Our goal is to destroy the big clans of the Thousand-Star City in one fell swoop. Let's sweep the places one by one." Zhang Xuanyu immediately laughed. "You scared me. So, can we rob them now?" Faceless smiled wickedly. "Han Fei, you did a good job. If you hadn't attracted everyone's attention and made them mistakenly think that we were only here to save people, they wouldn't have noticed the trap we set. Humph, we beat them at their own game." Han Fei and the others rushed all the way to the place where the battles were happening. Although Han Fei felt his blood boiling, he was still full of doubts. Junior Uncle Faceless and the others must have been preparing for a long time, right? But he still felt that something was wrong. Was all this based on him being too strong and dazzling? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Junior Uncle Faceless, how did you know that I would attract everyone's attention? What if I kept a low profile?" Faceless sneered. "You? Low profile?" Han Fei's face was black. "Even if I didn't keep a low profile, what if I couldn't defeat them in the first place?" Faceless grinned. "You have to ask your father." The distance of a few hundred kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. What Han Fei saw was a powerful mansion of the Qin family, and a faceless expert was fighting with the people of the Qin family in the sky. Junior Uncle Faceless said, "The Qin family is a subsidiary family of the Sun family. They only kill explorers." Han Fei roared, "Make it quick. Junior Uncle Faceless, let's go to the Zhang family next." Swoosh! Han Fei disappeared and rushed out at full speed. He had thought that the Thug Academy was not strong enough to compete with the big families. Who would have thought that his academy was so powerful that it could directly compete with the big families of the Thousand-Star City? Was this what old Zhang meant by keeping a low profile? The Qin family was one of the 6 subsidiary families of the Sun family. Qin Long, the leader of the Qin family, was only an intermediate explorer. Therefore, he didn't participate in the battle to hunt the Thug Academy. But who would have thought that disaster would come from the sky while he was sitting at home? Suddenly, a large number of faceless people came out. Except for the explorers who came out by tearing the void, the rest had long been lurking in the Thousand-Star City. For example, a high-level law enforcer guest of the Qin family had turned into a faceless man in an instant. In the blink of an eye, several law enforcers of the Qin family were slaughtered. Qin Long shouted while sending a message. "Who are you? You're digging your own grave by making an enemy of the big families of the Thousand-Star City." Suddenly, in the void, someone roared, "Don't you know that the Thug Academy has always been a bunch of thugs?" Huh! Qin Long felt his soul shake, and his vision blacked out. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw hundreds of beasts charging at him, stepping on the void. While he was stunned, a spear light instantly pierced through his battle suit. Immediately afterward, a bright sword light illuminated the sky. Under the double attack, Qin Long, who had been seriously injured by the 100-beast soul-suppressing roar, was directly cut in half. Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu screamed, "Han Fei, what kind of combat skill is that? Where did you learn it?" That voice is very similar to those creatures in the underground city. But in terms of momentum, it's much more terrifying than those creatures. Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Cut the crap. Let's go hunt the law enforcers." Faceless glanced at Han Fei and was a little stunned. This kid is really worthy of being the chosen one. Not only did he grow to become a peak-level law enforcer so quickly, but he could also slaughter explorers. In fact, Han Fei wasn't that strong, but his combat skills were too novel. Others couldn't defend against him. Otherwise, the law enforcers wouldn't kill explorers. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't do it so casually. At this moment, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. He had long since slipped into a half-real, half-illusory state and was charging towards another battlefield. At the same time, on the countless floating islands of the Thousand-Star City, a large number of faceless people emerged from nowhere and had already fought with the big clans. In this Thousand-Star City, during the annual Heavenly Fire Festival, countless people hid in their homes, shivering. Why were there still battles in the Thousand-Star City? Where were the law enforcers? Where were the patrol teams? Where were the strong masters? The 7 major sections. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfang's eyes were unfocused. Is this the counterattack of the Thug Academy? How ambitious they are. A leisurely voice came from the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Faceless, I think a lot of people from the 7 major sects should have secretly joined, right? Mu Tianfang smiled bitterly. Doesn't this mean that the ghost ship began to deliberately infiltrate the Thousand-Star City when it was in the level 3 fishery? For this battle, the Thug Academy must have prepared for almost 40 years, right? Swordmaster, do you know about this? The back mountain was silent for a moment. Yes, the forbidden area of the Chow family. A burly but white-haired strong master suddenly opened his eyes. They want to suppress the Thousand-Star City with just 2 venerables? That's not enough. Will old monster Chu come out of seclusion? Third update. Asking for monthly votes. You can't run away casually into this chapter. Chapter 1155. In just half an hour, the entire Thousand-Star City was covered in smoke. The strong fought the sky, and the weak fought the earth. In a short period of time, no less than 30 families had been destroyed. Of course, the destruction referred to here was not all slaughtered, but the death of the strong in battle. After all, if the explorer in charge of a family died, it was basically over. Then, such a family couldn't be called a real family. However, this was just the situation at the beginning of the battle. Explorers were explorers after all. They weren't that easy to kill. At first, it was a surprise. Towards the end, it was a never-ending battle. The Zhang family of the Thousand-Star City was a family that controlled all the dragon boats in a level 3 fishery and was known as the richest family in the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, Han Fei and the others, plus Uncle Faceless, stood in the void, looking at each other. Logically speaking, the entire Thousand-Star City was fighting at this moment. However, in the place where the Zhang family was, there were only a few people fighting. Faceless' voice was slightly hoarse. The faceless people who came first are all dead. There should be at least 3 explorers here, but now there is no one. Humph. Since you're here, don't leave. What do you think the Zhang family is? A gap appeared in the void, and 2 old men with white beards and hair and a middle-aged man surrounded Han Fei and the others in a triangular formation. Han Fei's face changed. Peak-level explorer? This kind of pressure and momentum made Han Fei's face change drastically. Han Fei immediately cursed. Didn't they say that the entire Thousand-Star City was in chaos? Why were there so many strong masters in the Zhang family's territory? Almost giving Han Fei and the others no time to escape, the 3 attacked almost at the same time, but not to kill them, but to capture them. When the 3 big hands covered the sky, Han Fei roared and was about to activate the Beast King art. However, suddenly there was a chuckle beside him. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet 3 peak-level explorers at once. Suddenly, the 3 of them shouted, "Not good. Retreat." "Ha ha. Why do you think you can retreat? Aren't you too disrespectful?" Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to see a dry, fleshless palm sticking out of the black robe. Heaven-shattering 8 palms. In the air, 2 skeletal hands reached out and grabbed at the air, freezing the space in place. Han Fei was surprised. The law of time and space? A peak-level explorer roared and summoned a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain. Its twin blades split the sky. The man's eyes almost popped out. Not good. It's the Thug Patriarch. He's not dead. Second Patriarch quickly come out of seclusion. As for the other two, one of them was attached to a wind snake. His arms turned into knives and slashed out with terrifying power. The others couldn't help but close their eyes. Yu Wuji. Luren Kuang panicked. Perhaps his reaction was slow, but he was not shocked by the name of the thug patriarch. Han Fei and the others were all stunned. What the hell? Isn't that Uncle Master Faceless? This was clearly the voice of Uncle Faceless. How did it suddenly turn into the voice of the thug patriarch? Didn't Olbai say that the thug patriarch had been defeated? If he said that he was poisoned to death, then who was the person beside him? In the blink of an eye, Luren Kuang's Yu Wuji didn't come in handy at all, because big skeleton hands stretched out from the void and seemed to have blocked the void, which was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that he looked like a demon, there was no need to mention that he looked like a devil. If Han Fei hadn't been on his side, he would have thought that this person must be an evil maniac. When the big skeleton hands clasped the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise was aging at a speed that the naked eye could see, and infinite vitality was crazily devoured. Immortally, stop. Immortally? Han Fei was stunned again. F***CK. Isn't this the master on the steel of the ideal palace? One was immortally, and the other was Tang Yen. These two people were in the limelight. Above the belly of a mountain somewhere in the Zhang family, a golden light shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, the mountain exploded. Mountain rocks collapsed, heaven and earth rumbling, shaking heaven and earth. Seeing this, Han Fei and the others felt their blood freeze. The person who came was not simple. As soon as he came out, he blew up a mountain. Could it be that this person was cultivating in a mountain? However, it made sense. The juniors of the family were calling for help urgently. This person didn't have time to get out of the cave and directly blew up a mountain. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, a virtual light turned into a sword and suddenly appeared in the air. Martial Uncle Faceless, no, the thug patriarch, grabbed the sword shadow with his two skeletal hands. Crack, crack, crack. Although the giant skeleton hands were broken inch by inch, the sword light couldn't directly penetrate them. On the other hand, the vitality of the three peak-level explorers of the Zhang family was being sucked away. The patriarch of the Zhang family hurried over and cracked the void, but now he didn't even kill one of his hands. Ha ha! What delicious vitality! Han Fei and the others couldn't help tilting their heads, looking at the thug patriarch who was laughing gloomily and suspiciously. Was this thug patriarch a good person or a bad person? Zhang Xuanyu put a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Hey, I can't. There have been too many ups and downs these days. My brain can't even keep up with the ironhead fish. To everyone's horror, the big turtle was almost sucked dry by the thug patriarch. The three peak-level explorers seemed to have aged hundreds of years all of a sudden. One of them, who was a middle-aged man just now, looked old in the blink of an eye, and his beard and hair began to turn white. Explode. Bam, bam, bam. The power of the explosion of three ultra-quality divine weapons was extremely terrifying. In order to survive, how could they care about the safety of the ordinary people within 100 kilometers? Even if they were seriously injured by detonating the ultra-quality divine weapons, they had to explode. Even if they exploded, there was still a chance of survival. In fact, there was no one within 100 kilometers. When the Faceless Man started the battle, even a fool knew that the farther away from the Zhang family, the better. Some people hid in the cellar of their homes, shivering. However, the possibility of being killed by the shock was absolutely not small. After all, when a mountain collapsed just now, the noise was not small. Within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, an earthquake of more than 10 magnitude was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying impact shattered 5 or 6 big hands, allowing 2 of them to barely escape. However, the peak-level explorer who attacked first didn't have time to run at all and was stabbed to death by a skeleton finger. The other 2 ran away as fast as they could. Fortunately, their families were rich enough to explode ultra-quality divine weapons. Otherwise, they would have died if they stayed one more minute. The thug patriarch said in a hoarse voice, Han Fei, those 2 people have less than 10% of their original strength. Go and kill them. Han Fei was stunned. How can you tell that I can kill peak-level explorers? However, their strength is less than 10%. It seems that I can fight them. It seems that not all the venerables of the Thousand-Star City have come out. As soon as he arrived at the Zhang family, another venerable popped up. At this moment, the venerable scolded angrily. Immortally, I didn't expect you to turn into an undead creature. You're indeed a group of thugs. You should be killed. The battle between the venerables couldn't be fought under the clear sky. In the first confrontation, the two first cracked the void and then went in one after the other. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai and the others also took a breath. Are we strong enough to participate in this kind of battle? Luren Kuang poked Han Fei. Fei, can you still fight those two peak-level explorers? With a swish, Han Fei chased after them. Hey, two old men, don't run. Zhang Xuanyu shouted from behind, hey, Fei, are you really going? However, Han Fei had disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu looked dumbfounded. What should we do? Luo Xiaobai, who was known for her resourcefulness, was also confused. If you send a law enforcer, we can still fight for a while. But you sent two peak-level explorers. How can we fight? Even if the two of them have less than 10% of their original strength, we can't defeat them. However, the few of us are no match for him. If we go up, we will only make trouble. Luo Xiaobai took a breath. Let's catch up with them first. The Zhang family was right in front of them. Han Fei shouted, two old thieves, don't run back to your house. Don't blame me if the ordinary people of your Zhang family are involved in the fight. Humph, you little thieves, you're courting death. The two of them looked at each other. As peak-level explorers, how could they be chased by a peak-level law enforcer? Wouldn't they laugh their heads off if they knew about this? The two of them turned around and saw a big octopus pouncing on Han Fei. One of them said, Han Fei, why do we need to deal with you? Han Fei grinned. You want to kill me with a contractual spiritual beast? Then let's have another one. Oh no, a ball fish appeared. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a strong master use such a low-level creature as a ball fish. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. The thorns on this ball fish gave him a palpitating feeling. Han Fei immediately cursed. This thug patriarch doesn't seem to be reliable. After all, they are two peak-level explorers. Even if they are weak, their contractual spiritual beasts won't be weak. Huh! Han Fei's figure suddenly changed in midair. A black thunder leopard with a length of more than 20 meters appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, the two peak-level explorers, as well as Luo Xiaobai and the others who were chasing behind them, were stunned. What kind of trick is this? Huh! Lightning flash. The thunder leopard turned into a lightning arc, and wherever it passed, thunder exploded. Swish! 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 The thorns all over the sky shuttled through the void. Han Fei was surprised to find that wherever the thorns of the ball fish covered, the void was blocked, which was equivalent to the power of a domain. However, this was not a problem for Han Fei. With a shake of his body, Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique and appeared in the distance. The two peak-level explorers said in surprise, the star teleportation technique of the Yi family. Han Fei didn't intend to fight with the two contractual spiritual beasts. As long as he killed the master, the contractual spiritual beasts would also die. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a terrifying suction force fell on Han Fei through the void. It was the suckers of the big octopus that were igniting the blood in Han Fei's body, trying to forcibly deprive Han Fei of his vitality. At the same time, one of them slashed out with two knives with scorching knife waves. At this time, even though the opponent's strength was less than 10%. However, the power of these two knives was no less than that of an intermediate explorer. Another person summoned thousands of golden roots from the void, and wherever the grass and leaves spread, cracks appeared in the void. This scene made everyone's blood freeze. Oh, Han Fei turned black and white, and his body suddenly grew in the lightning, turning into a huge ape. In his hand, there was a rusty stick in his hand. Beast King technique. In their surprised gazes, The big ape that Han Fei transformed into grew to more than 50 meters tall. Oh! The ape opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. With a loud roar, hundreds of beasts sprinted forward. Monkey King, 3,000 strikes. First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1156. Han Fei didn't intend to hide anything. In the battle at the gate of the Thug Academy yesterday, he still had some scruples about exposing the soul-suppressing roar of beasts and the heaven void divine walking technique. However, at this moment, a full-scale battle had already begun. After this battle, he would probably not be in the Thousand-Star City anymore, so he had no scruples at all. Huff! Han Fei's giant ape opened its mouth, and the surrounding energy gathered crazily. At this time, something unexpected happened. The rust on the embroidery needle was shattering. Crack! Crack! Han Fei saw a bright luster. However, at this moment, Han Fei had no time to care about it. Bam! 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 Thousands of rod shadows poured out like waves, and the void rippled like petals blooming. Wherever the rod reached, the knife light collapsed, and the grass and leaves were destroyed. Behind them, Luo Xiaobai, who was chasing after them, hurriedly grabbed Zhang Xuanyu and the other two and quickly retreated. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of rod technique is this? Infinite wave stacking?" Jiuyin Ling's eyes widened. "What kind of battle technique is this? What kind of creature is this?" Luren Kuang's face was trembling. "I just want to know what opportunities he encountered in the ideal palace. This is too strong." Zhang Xuanyu just wanted to smack Luren Kuang with a rod. "You don't even have your own memories, and you want to know others? What are you thinking?" At this moment, the big octopus still wanted to stick to him. However, Han Fei casually waved his hand, and the infinite knives returned to one appeared. At this moment, the infinity water could be said to be extremely strong, madly strangling the octopus. Bam! 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 The two peak-level explorers' faces changed drastically, and they were horrified. Where on earth did this kid learn this evil power? One of them said, "Not good. I'm afraid this is the legendary ancient giant ape." The three of them instantly came to a fight. The soul-suppressing roar of beasts was already extremely powerful, and the two of them were bleeding from their orifices. However, the other party was after all a peak-level explorer. Just now, although the patriarch of the Thug clan injured his foundation, his soul power was still much stronger than Han Fei's. The two of them activated the soul explosion piercing technique at the same time, forcibly shattering the soul-suppressing roar of beasts. One of them shouted, "Come out and kill this guy." Shwa shwa. In the blink of an eye, another two intermediate explorers tore through the void. Why an intermediate explorer? That was because the advanced explorers had all been sent out by the Zhang family to fight. It was obvious that the Zhang family was scheming. "I'll just send high-level explorers to participate in this kind of battle. As for the pinnacle experts, it was better to leave them at home, just in case." Roar. With Han Fei's roar, a mysterious sound came from the sky. "Wait for dang dang," Jiuyin Ling shouted. "Retreat. It's the 9 sounds of Tao." An illusory world suddenly appeared in the air. Whoosh! An extremely fierce saber burned the sky, and a sea of fire spread for 100 miles in the blink of an eye. The punishment blade and the fire seed attacked, shaking the void, not giving the two people a chance to directly tear the void. Although the Punisher and the Tinder were both at the peak of the Law Enforcer level, they were legendary creatures with top-notch combat power. In fact, Han Fei wanted all 5 Law Enforcers to come out. However, the amount of energy required was too terrifying. Han Fei could afford it, but it would cost too much, and it wasn't easy for him to accumulate so much money. Besides, what kind of battle would there be later? Han Fei didn't know. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Fei to play all his trump cards in one battle. Taking advantage of this, the Monkey King had already smashed out more than 800 times, far from the limit, but the two peak-level explorers all vomited blood. The two of them didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. One of them shouted, "Retreat to the clan and open the array." Hearing that the two were going to run, Han Fei immediately held the rod with both hands, and the rod and shadow merged into one. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the sacrificing punch. It shattered the void, causing the void to be unstable, making it impossible for them to tear the void and escape. The old man pushed the younger, peak-level explorer away and shouted angrily, "Boy, even if I die, I'll take you away, little devil." Explode. Hey, roar. He seemed to have expected this scene. Han Fei activated the 100 Beasts soul-suppressing roar again. At that moment, the stars moved and the void lines buckled. Without giving the old man any chance at all, he smashed the rod at him, directly smashing the old man into pieces. The big octopus also died with the old man. Elder Qing. Several voices roared wildly, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and their hearts were full of killing intent. However, Han Fei was unmoved. "You want to go back to the clan and open the mountain defense array? You'll have to have that chance first." Swish! The embroidery needle, like a huge pillar supporting the sky, directly hit the Zhang family's mansion. The infinity water turned into thousands of knives and rushed over from the other side. In this way, if no one stopped it, the Zhang family's eternal foundation would be destroyed. Would the Zhang family dare to take the risk? Sure enough, a person flew out of the clan and hit the infinity water with a fist print. And the peak-level explorer who had just run away looked back again and shouted, "Open the array." Explode. Sacrificing punch. The area with a radius of more than 50 kilometers had already been flattened. If it weren't for this, there would have been countless deaths and injuries. At the moment when the infinity water exploded, a big blue bird floated in the air. Freeze. Executioner. While the intermediate explorer was seriously injured by the infinity water, Water Luster blocked the void and used Executioner to kill the explorer. These two were real legendary creatures, which couldn't be judged by common sense. Water Luster froze not only the void, but also the soul of the strong explorer. What Xing Dao too possessed was not the explorer's physical body, but his divine soul. In addition, the Nine Sounds vibration made people's minds unstable. With a puff, the intermediate explorer was beheaded on the spot. In the Zhang family, many of the younger generation were present. They were conceited and thought that it wasn't a big problem for the Venerables to defeat the Thug Academy. Besides, some heavenly talents even knew that the second ancestor was still alive. With the Venerables and the 3 peak-level explorers protecting the clan, what was there to be afraid of? But who knew that things would develop to this point? Zhang Wen and Zhang Mingquan were both shocked at this moment. It's only been 2 months. How did Han Fei grow to this point? In the clan, a cute little girl was looking at the sky in fear. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. At this moment, she said, "Grandpa, is Brother Han Fei going to beat us?" Alas, the person who was asked didn't know how to answer and could only sigh. "Xiao Xiao, go into the house." Han Fei's heart thumped. He heard it. However, this couldn't shake his determination to rob the Zhang family. At least, he would kill this peak-level explorer in front of him first. As for the other ordinary people and innocent people, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them go. After all, although Han Fei was ruthless, he wouldn't kill innocent people. A peak-level explorer was indeed a peak-level explorer. His physique was so strong that even if his strength was less than 10%, a sacrificing punch really couldn't kill him. This person broke his own arm and punched the embroidery needle away. Then he punched the sacrificing punch horizontally, exposing the ghastly white bones, but they didn't break. Just when Han Fei was about to attack again, the void cracked, and a big white bone hand and a sword light appeared at the same time. Han Fei was horrified. He immediately activated the star transposition technique and moved horizontally. The Thug Patriarch shouted, "Boy, stop robbing this family." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "I've been beaten to this point. I finally have such an opportunity. Why don't you grab it?" Han Fei gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand, and the infinity water and the embroidery needle returned. He frantically rushed in the direction where Luo Xiaobai and the others were. At this moment, he saw a large amount of golden blood dripping from the void. Who was injured? However, at this moment, suddenly there was a tremor in the void. Immortally, since you're here, don't leave. Berserk divine technique. The Han Fei and the other small fries didn't know what to say. Is there a venerable here? How many venerables have appeared in the big families? There were already 7 of them, weren't there? A gigantic skeletal hand wrapped around the void. Han Fei and the others only felt that their eyes were dazzled, and they had already appeared on another battlefield. When they appeared again, Han Fei found that he was standing with Luo Xiaobai and the others. The Zhang family was gone. Han Fei's face couldn't have looked more awful. I spent so much effort, only to kill 2 explorers? I didn't even kill a peak-level explorer who was seriously injured to the extreme. What happened to robbing them? He had been hoping to get the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. Now he didn't even succeed this time. He didn't know when he would be able to rob it again. However, after what happened today, Han Fei was also a little shocked. How deep were the foundations of these big families? Even though the 1,000-star city was in such a crisis, they still had such terrifying combat power. However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to think about it, because in the sky, in all directions, there were continuous battles. Han Fei asked subconsciously, "Where are we?" Swish! Old Bai and an explorer came out of the void and roared in a low voice. "This is outside of the 3 holy lands. This is a battlefield. Don't stand in the air and get in the way." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were a little stunned. What happened to robbing them? What happened to running away? Yes, they ran away, but they just ran back and forth. Apart from Han Fei, the rest of them couldn't do anything. This made Zhang Xuanyu and the others' hearts sink. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Now, they didn't even have a chance to help. Below, near the ground, a large number of faceless law enforcers were fighting. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Let's go down and help." Han Fei shouted, "Let's go." Han Fei didn't think it was so easy to fight explorers. However, wasn't a piece of cake to fight some law enforcers? However, a voice reverberated in the void. "Kill Han Fei." Suddenly, a white-haired young man with delicate facial features and cold eyes appeared, pointing at Han Fei. At that moment, pressure suddenly descended. Suddenly, old Han's voice shouted angrily, "Immortally!" White bones flew across the sky, and the thug patriarch roared, "Get lost!" The big skeleton hand slapped at the terrifying finger mark. A vortex was formed in the void, and the remaining power sent Han Fei flying. A voice sneered, "Immortally, didn't you claim to be the strongest person in the 1,000-star city? Now that you've become an undead cultivator, is this all you have left?" As he spoke, the void trembled, and another big vortex smashed the big skeleton hand. A big face reflected the sky. It seemed that everyone in the world could see him. Han Fei felt that this person's appearance was too pretentious. Was he afraid that he would be nameless? Or had he been cultivating alone for too long? That person was the 2nd ancestor of the Zhang family. He somehow appeared 1 step ahead of the thug patriarch. At that moment, Luren Kuang roared, "Fei Fei, run." Han Guanchu's voice came into Han Fei's mind. Use the dragon diagram. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1157. He was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the venerables were looking around, but Han Fei was unusually calm at this moment. Did he have time to use the dragon diagram? Han Fei stood still, pointed to the sky, and shouted, "Today I, Han Fei, will kill a venerable." In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe suddenly disappeared without a trace. Above Han Fei's finger, a finger bone burst out with heaven-piercing aura, shining brilliantly and illuminating the sky. Son of AB *TCH. Li Daxian cursed somewhere. He didn't expect Han Fei to have this kind of means. The 2nd ancestor of the Zhang family changed his face drastically. The aura of a king. How is it possible? However, in an instant, the finger bone turned into an earth-shattering finger, like a jade pillar supporting the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The surrounding void was instantly imprisoned. In the sky, As many as dozens of battlefields even forgot to fight and were all watching this terrifying scene. Is this King's strike? Gulp. Olbai swallowed. This finger is too big, isn't it? In the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of meters tall. Because its speed was too fast and its power was too fierce, almost in an instant, the void energy within hundreds of kilometers was suddenly sucked away by it. At the same time, the Chu sect, the Chao family, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Sea Cloud Tower, many hidden experts and the super forces were all shocked. Where did Han Fei get this king's fingerbone? Does this kid really have the qualifications to become a king? The second ancestor of the Zhang family roared. Old Monster Chu, help me. At that moment, above the void, there seemed to be 100-meter-long rod shadow, forcibly extending from the void. Old Bai screamed, Not good. Be careful of its power. Block it. Hum. With blood dripping from the corner of Han Guanshu's mouth, he tore the void with some unknown method. He stretched out his arm and shouted in a low voice, All of you come here. Han Guanshu took a deep look at the earth-shattering finger. This was something outside of his plan. If he had this king's finger bone, his plan might have been different. Boom! Crack! Crack! The earth-shattering finger touched the 100-meter-long rod shadow. The deafening sound shook thousands of kilometers, directly shaking the entire thousand-star city. Countless experts were cowering in their homes or gathering together in fear. F*CK, what's going on today? Who are the aristocratic families fighting with? How many years has it been since a battle between venerables happened? It's too scary. Lord Sea God, please don't let it affect us. Heavenly Sword Sect. Tengu and Mu Ling stood on the sword tower. Tengu couldn't have looked more awful. Although I can't see the battlefield, it can only be related to the Thug Academy and my foster father. Mu Ling held Teng Ji's hand and comforted him. Don't worry. Based on the current situation, there's a high chance that they are evenly matched. Inside, the Oceanic Cloud Restaurant. How are Xingyu and the other four here to fight? At this moment, he was standing in front of a teleportation formation. Diwu Haiguang said, The Thousand-Star City, your Thug Academy, can't stay any longer. Don't think about this battle. You have to work hard and grow. Outside the three holy lands, a strange light flashed in the sky, and the 100-meter-long rod shadow failed to block it and exploded. Following that, a human figure tore through the void in such a situation. In the sky, a golden palm was printed, and the pressure of this palm made the void within hundreds of kilometers sink. Han Guanshu shouted, Chao Tianji, Old Monster Chu has already taken action. Why don't you take action now? In the sky, a giant palm blocked the king's finger, shining brightly. Old Monster Chu shouted, Chao Tianji, if the Thug Academy rises, how can the Chao family reach the peak? Swish, there was no movement in the void. The big palm was instantly covered with cracks, and the terrifying impact force melted the flesh and blood of the second ancestor of the Zhang family. This power was simply too strong. Before reaching its peak, it was difficult to resist. However, the Chao family didn't move after all. It seemed that they didn't want to participate in this battle. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. At this time, I can't count on others. He couldn't help saying, Old Han, are you okay? If not, let's run first. Swish. As soon as Han Fei said so, a crack appeared in the sky. A small red sword suddenly pierced straight at Old Monster Chu. However, the small sword was too small. Under such power, it looked a little funny. However, no one dared to underestimate this sword at all. This space was pressed by the sky dissecting finger. Others couldn't get in, but this small sword did. Old Monster Chu roared, Master of the Heavenly Sword, do you want to be an enemy of the Chu sect? A voice leisurely said, The Chu sect is too domineering. It's time to stop. Others can become kings, but you can't. Do you want to suppress 1,000 stars? Don't blame me for drawing my sword and cutting the sky. Han Guanshu's eyes flickered, and he drew an array with one hand to protect everyone. As for himself, he took a step into the sky, holding a scroll in his hand. In the eyes of everyone, as soon as the scroll was opened, golden light shone brightly, illuminating half of the sky. There was a small red sword on the left, a strange scroll on the right, and a sky-dissecting finger in the middle. They all rushed at the old man in the sky. Han Guanshu's voice was still elegant, and he smiled faintly. Since the sword master wants to draw his sword and cut the sky, I'll try to kill you. Old Monster Chu was furious, and a big snake appeared behind him, spewing blue flames. Old Monster Chu roared, "Half a scroll of the Book of Truth? Are you qualified?" To Han Fei's shock, the golden light spewing from the book turned into a sharp claw, which seemed to be the claw of a bird, and grabbed at the giant snake. Clang! The small red sword was blocked by Old Monster Chu with one hand. The void within 100 kilometers was full of cracks. The power of the sword didn't diminish, but it pressed forward inch by inch. And the bird claw had already torn the blue light in the sky, clawing at the giant snake. With a swish, a large piece of flesh was torn off from the snake's body. Golden blood splashed all over the sky. Humph! 7 major sects. The Chu sect will remember this. The void exploded, and a void crack appeared behind Old Monster Chu. The latter stepped back. He didn't want to save the second ancestor of the Zhang family. The second team of the Yang family roared, "Old Monster Chu!" Bam! The sky's severing finger, whose power had been greatly reduced, finally pointed at the second ancestor of the Zhang family. The latter burned his essence blood to resist with all his strength, and his arms were melting. Puff! Just at this moment, while the second ancestor of the Zhang family was still roaring, a white bone palm had penetrated deep into his body. The flesh and blood of the second ancestor of the Zhang family were rapidly drying up. Ha ha ha! You underestimated the undead creature that I've turned into. When I suck you dry, I can recover 10% of my strength. Boom! Kacha! A red crack appeared in the sky. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, bright red like blood. At this moment, a venerable died. At this moment, on the specter in the level 3 fishery, a faceless man suddenly looked up at the sky. When he saw the blood rain pouring down, he immediately shouted, "Do it! Suppress the dragon boat!" "Oh, second brother, immortally, I'm going to kill you." Buzz! Buzz! The sky's severing finger was melting, and the surrounding space was opened again. A venerable attacked and directly blasted the thug patriarch into the void. Han Guanshu narrowed his eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Son, open the dragon map." Han Fei shivered. Is he calling me? It seems so. The dragon map that Han Guanshu was talking about was the map that he gave him in the Scattered Stars prison. It was an array map, and old Han seemed to have drawn it for a long time. Clatter, Han Fei took out this map without hesitation. The long dragon map unfolded in the air. Oh, at the moment this map was unfolded, dragons roared and golden spots of light flew around. Almost at the same time, the two venerables arrived. Who are these two people? Han Fei didn't know. Anyway, old Han asked him to open the dragon map, so he opened it. At this time, Han Fei saw a huge dragon shadow circling around. Shoot, an azure dragon? Han Fei was stunned. He didn't know this guy. Wasn't this the azure dragon in the Sea Soul realm? What? Did old Han draw it for this dragon? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't what old Han drew an array? But now, how did a dragon appear? Are you the magic brush Ma Liang? Han Guanshu stepped on the dragon's head, and the scroll in his hand floated in front of him, shrouded in golden light. Emperor Slash. Huh. The dragon roar suppressed the soul. In the Book of Truth, a wing cut through the void. All the people watching the battle, including the explorers, were blinded. Ordinary people couldn't see that attack at all. Ah, rumble. In the sky, a second red mark bloomed, and another venerable died. Old Han said gloomily, "Bastard of the Yi family, I killed you. Do you think I'm playing house with you? Do you think I'm playing house with you?" At this moment, Han Fei realized that it was a venerable of the Yi family who died. Gulp! Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others all swallowed hard. That was a freaking venerable one. 2 of them died at the same time. Humph! Han Guanshu, now that you've used all your means, let's see what else you can do. However, Old Monster Chu's sect ran out again. This time, even Han Fei's face changed. This old monster Chew was extremely insidious. Just now, he couldn't resist the attacks of the sky dissecting finger and the two venerables, so he left the venerable of the Zhang family and ran away. Now, when the sky dissecting finger was gone and old Han killed another venerable, he popped up again. Damn, is there anyone more insidious than him? Han Guanshu stretched out his hand and said, Sword Master, let me borrow your sword. Swish! A long red sword appeared in old Han's hand through the void. This guy, holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other, rushed into the sky. In the end, Han Guanshu glanced at Old Bai. You can go now. Old Bai asked in shock, where's the other one? The thug patriarch's voice trembled. I'll handle the other one. You can go now. The third chapter. Today should be a good day. Give me a ticket into this chapter. Chapter 1158. At this moment, the battle situation was strange. Old Han and the others were all ruthless people. One of them was the patriarch of the Yang family. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Han Guanshu's terrifying blow was not much weaker than the big finger. Fortunately, it was aimed at the B** star of the Yi family. Otherwise, he would have died. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yang family rubbed his head and was about to rush out of the void. But he saw the big bone hand grabbing at him, forcing him to fight. Asshole, immortally, you've become an undead cultivator, but you still want to fight us alone? Back then, I should have crushed your bones and scattered your ashes so that you couldn't even become an undead cultivator. Ha ha, I once suppressed the Thousand Stars sect. Do you think you can kill me? However, there were still some venerables. However, there were still many explorer-level powerhouses. Someone shouted, Everyone, hunt the disciples of the Thug Academy. Han Fei must die. Han Fei roared. Who the F***CK is talking? If you have the ability, stand in front of me and say it. See if I don't dig up your family's ancestral graves. There were no venerables on this battlefield, but dozens of explorers emerged one after another. Among them, there were faceless men and people from aristocratic families. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 peak-level explorers. Old Bai shouted, Follow me. Old Bai had obviously arranged a way of retreat. In any case, the Thug Academy had shocked the entire Thousand-Star City in today's battle. From now on, the name of the Thug Academy would be remembered by everyone. After all, the fall of 2 venerables was a big deal. If it couldn't leave a deep impression on people, what could? However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others were not in a good situation. Han Fei saw that 3 explorers were coming at him. Han Fei knew one of them. Wasn't that Chunan Feng? This guy was a peak-level explorer. As for the other 2, one was an advanced explorer and the other was an intermediate explorer. If it was just an intermediate explorer, Han Fei wouldn't panic at all. However, in his current state, Han Fei really couldn't beat an advanced explorer. At most, he could stall him. Chunan Feng shouted, By Kongyi, are you surprised that Jiang Daiqian didn't come? Heh, I knew that old fellow was fiddling with the formation to give you a way out. That's why I sent someone to stop him. Old Bai's face changed drastically. Chunan Feng, do you think the 3 of you can stop me? Chunan Feng sneered. If Han Guanshu were here, I wouldn't have come. However, you, Bai Kongyi, are not qualified. With that, Chunan Feng shouted, I'll hold Bai Kongyi back. Whether it's Han Fei or not, kill them all. Buzz. The 2 explorers made their moves. Han Fei's face changed greatly, and he roared, Xiao Bai, you go first. Someone sneered, You think you can leave? Roar. The advanced explorer still wanted to attack, but Han Fei roared and activated the soul suppression of 100 beasts. This time, Han Fei didn't wait at all. He activated the Great Ape, Devil Change, and the Beast King art. His war body absorbed the surrounding energy. A dull roar burst out of Han Fei's mouth. Punishing Saber, Water Luster, come out. Lamp Waiting, the 9 sounds of the Great Way appeared. Han Fei wanted to use the same trick again. He stopped the advanced explorer, and Punishing Saber and Water Luster cooperated to kill the intermediate explorer. Seeing Han Fei's current state, the advanced explorer was slightly shocked. How could a person's strength improve so much in a short period of time? In fact, Han Fei no longer relied on devil change to improve his strength. Since he became a peak-level law enforcer, the secret method of devil change had improved by 4 times, which was much worse than before. And the improvement of the Beast King art was nearly 5 times, which could almost replace devil change. The war body and the indestructible body, which was close to the 4th level, had made Han Fei's physique and strength rise to a peak state at this moment. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have the capital to compete with an intermediate explorer. Humph! After all, you are just a peak-level law enforcer. No matter how much you improve, you can't stop me. Bam! Han Fei waved his rod backhand. The embroidery needle shattered the void and smashed at the advanced explorer, and an array condensed on the rod. Void knife array. The explorer shook his shoulder and took out his armor box, and thousands of knife lights floated in the sky. Fuse! Han Fei roared, and yin and yang flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the knife array, the Monkey King smashed down valiantly, and its speed was so fast that the sky was full of rod shadows. Bam! 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 Clang, clang, clang. Shield Warrior. The advanced explorer reacted extremely quickly. He immediately discovered the power of the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes. Not daring to let Han Fei use the overlapping waves, he summoned dozens of large shields and charged at the Monkey King. Bam! In the end, Han Fei was no match for him in strength and was knocked flying. However, after fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's mind was very clear at this moment. Seeing that the 9 sounds of the Great Way didn't trap the intermediate explorer, the punishing saber seemed to have only cut off one of his arms. The explorer slashed the void and swept at Zhang Xuanyu and the others. Sword drawing technique. The embroidery needle hadn't recognized its master yet and couldn't exert its power, but Snowmorn had already recognized its master. Therefore, under this blow, heaven and earth changed color, and the sword shadows tore the sky and the earth apart. Seeing this, Water Luster chirped and froze the void for dozens of kilometers. Chilla. The intermediate explorer tried to tear the void, only to find that his soul reaction was too slow. When he turned around and tried to resist, the punishing saber slashed at him, and he took out a lobster to block it. But when Snowmorn swept past, the lobster's soul was annihilated. Of course, Han Fei did pay a price. He killed an intermediate explorer with 1 slash. Under such an attack, he didn't have time to guard his back. When he tried to defend himself, a boulder the size of a mountain pressed down. Rumble. Han Fei was hit by the mountain. However, in the blink of an eye, the infinity water burst out and exploded. Lu Renquang, who was running in the distance, roared, "Infinite defense." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Go to the ground." Luo Xiaobai knew that she couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei in this situation. They were too weak, and this battle had already exceeded the scope of what they could participate in. The advanced explorer didn't expect that Han Fei would have such a terrifying skill as the infinity water. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure was enough to terrify him. The explosion of the infinity water forced him to defend himself. Even so, his face was covered in dirt from the explosion, and 3 of his shields were broken. Unfortunately, the infinity water wouldn't increase according to the strength of Han Fei's secret technique. After all, it was based on Han Fei's strength as a peak-level law enforcer, so it was barely a high-quality divine weapon. It was very likely that even this wasn't enough to shake a high-level explorer. Moo! Han Fei hit the ground, smashing a huge pit and bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, Han Fei suddenly turned into a one-horned rhinoceros. They were both bulls, so Han Fei chose the one-horned rhinoceros, which was unparalleled in the Beast King Valley. After all, the opponent was an armorist. If the opponent was a manipulator, Han Fei would turn into a buffalo to strengthen the law of gravity. "I'm going to kill you." Han Fei turned into hundreds of one-horned rhinoceros phantoms that rushed to the sky and crashed into the advanced explorer. So fast. What surprised the advanced explorer was not that Han Fei had changed again, but that Han Fei was so big. How'd he do it so fast? The man said angrily. No matter how many means you have, you can't defeat an advanced explorer. Shield Mountain, suppress. Rumble. In the sky, Han Fei's bighorn broke 2 heavy shields in a row and almost pushed the advanced explorer's lungs out. The man shouted angrily, "Go catch the remaining people of the Thug Academy and force them to surrender." Huh! The 100-beast, soul-suppressing roar was activated, directly suppressing his voice. The law of gravity suddenly descended, pressing the man into the ground like a meteor. It was impossible to kill this advanced explorer. It was impossible to kill him in a short time. The void lines were almost useless against such a guy. His soul power was no weaker than Han Fei's, and he might have a soul-type treasure. Han Fei didn't continue fighting. He turned around and ran wildly towards Luo Xiaobai and the others. As he ran, Han Fei's hooves were gone, but a pair of wings grew out. It was a sky-swimming falcon. Ever since he learned the Beast King art, Han Fei had never changed his appearance like today. The sky-swimming falcon plus the heavenly void divine walking art was so fast that it crossed 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a faceless man tore the void and shouted, "I'll stop the one behind. Go east." Han Fei didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said, "Come on." Han Fei flew at a low altitude, and Luo Xiaobai jumped on his back. His speed was as fast as lightning. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Fei Fei, how did you become that bird in the underground city? What kind of combat skill is that?" Luren Kuang trembled. "It's terrible. We should have left from the beginning. We shouldn't have robbed the Zhang family." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Idiot, we've already robbed them. Although we failed, at least we killed a venerable and 2 peak-level explorers. Isn't that worth it?" Han Fei scoffed. "Shut up. I'm running." Suddenly, the void twisted, and Han Fei appeared 100 meters away, continuing to fly. And where he had just passed, a big hand reached out. F***CK. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "That scared me. I can't see it at all." Luo Xiaobai added, "Go east. That's where the Sky Meditation Garden is." Han Fei immediately thought of something. "Sky Meditation Garden? That's my sister's garden." Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The way out was in the Sky Meditation Garden. It must be. Old Han must be very familiar with this place. That's why the Thug Patriarch brought them here. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly felt danger and twisted the space. However, as soon as he turned around, danger came in an instant. At that moment, an array appeared in Han Fei's eyes. With a flap of his wings, Luo Xiaobai and the others drilled into an array and then reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, Han Fei could only activate this kind of short-distance teleportation array in an instant now. Gotcha! It was at the moment when Luo Xiaobai and the others entered the array that Han Fei was slapped dozens of kilometers away. His bones were broken and blood spurted wildly. He couldn't even resist it. The newcomer must be a peak-level explorer. A figure walked out of the void crack and glanced at Han Fei. "Today, you can't get away." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1159. Seeing this person, Han Fei found that this person seemed to be injured, but not seriously. There was only a knife light emitting knife intent on his chest. When he saw this person, Han Fei was furious. What the hell is this faceless man doing? Why did another peak-level explorer appear? The man seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and chuckled. "The one who stopped me is dead. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, who in our Chu sect can go against us? Han Fei, go to hell." Roar. The 100-beast soul suppressor roared, and the Chu clan's expert took out a huge bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shakes the heavens and earth. That person chuckled. "I know you have a strange divine soul attack. What do you think about my soul-suppressing bell?" Clang, clang, clang. The phantoms of hundreds of beasts exploded one after another. Every time a beast's shadow was destroyed, more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Father!" The man from the Chu men subconsciously turned his head to look, but immediately knew that he had been deceived. At this time, the void in front of him was shaking. Han Fei had already twisted the void and escaped 1,000 meters away. Humph! Do you really think a peak-level explorer isn't a powerhouse? Hongzhong Avenue. Not good. Han Fei subconsciously tried to cast the star relocation technique to get rid of the weird bell sounds. But in the next second, he was shocked to find that the star transposition technique was useless. The Chu sect expert sneered. I'm half a step into the Tao realm. How would I give you a chance to escape? Han Fei was shocked. Is this person a semi-venerable? At that moment, his first reaction was to use the supreme yin-yang wheel. However, reason told him that even if he used the supreme yin-yang wheel, it would not be enough. It was impossible for him to cross such a large realm to defeat this person. No one responded, and how fast was a peak-level explorer? He had a single horn on his head, and his 10 fingers had become sharp, tearing through the void. What kind of spiritual beast did he fuse with? Demon King's contract. Han Fei roared. When there was an absolute gap in strength, Han Fei couldn't care less. Under such circumstances, he could either die or reveal all his trump cards. There was no other way but to fight to the death. The Void Claw had just reached half a meter away from Han Fei and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a black mist rose from Han Fei's body, and where the sharp claws clenched, the black mist condensed into a scale armor. Bedeviled? The Chu clan's expert's expression changed as he shouted. So what if I've turned into a demon? Open it. Hiss, an ear-piercing claw sound rang out. It was extremely terrifying to listen to. Buzz. Unfortunately, the powerhouses of the Chu family didn't get what they wanted because the black gas on Han Fei's body was getting thicker and thicker. Behind him, large swathes of black mist rose. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai and the others were shocked. They saw a huge black claw trying to stretch out from behind Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai suddenly felt refreshed. For some reason, she felt that she had seen this scene somewhere before. Zhuyin Ling wanted to approach, but Luo Xiaobai stopped her and shouted, "This is a sign of being possessed. Wait." However, they didn't stay for long before they saw 5 or 6 law enforcers rushing over. Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Fight first. Son of AB *TCH, what the hell is going on?" Great Sky swallowing technique. Seal. Oh. The corners of Han Fei's mouth suddenly began to curl up. As for the palm full of black mist, it suddenly grabbed the hand of the Chu clan expert. The opponent's palm was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Chu clan expert was shocked, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Puff! He cut off his own arm, and in horror, he wanted to tear the void to escape. However, this time he was dumbfounded. Just now, it was Han Fei who couldn't run away, but now it was he who couldn't run away. Ha ha! I'm finally back. Endless black mist began to envelop this void. The Chu clan expert screamed in horror. He found that he couldn't move his body anymore. That was impossible. Even if the opponent was a peak-level venerable, it was impossible to confine the void in an instant. Yes, this was not sealing the void, but confining the void. At this moment, every speck of dust here, not a bit of spiritual energy, not a bit of energy, all of them were sealed. Han Fei said in a deep voice, "I knew that you couldn't resist the temptation of power. From now on, you will be the reincarnation of the human emperor. This is your honor. My rich life force, give it to me." The Chu clan expert had goosebumps all over his body. He was terrified from his body to his soul. His vitality was being stripped away inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, his skin began to dry up, as if he had aged hundreds of years. However, at this moment, suddenly, black and white flashed in Han Fei's eyes. 3 golden pages floated out of Han Fei's body. At that moment, the black mist made a hissing sound. Huh, F*CK off. You're just a 3-page heavenly book of Taoist aura. How dare you suppress me twice? Han Fei's body was trembling crazily. He frowned deeply, and a low growl came from his throat. The weird voice came from Han Fei's mouth again. "Boy, give up struggling, and I will grant you eternal life." Huh, grant. You. Big, Grandpa, let me suck. From between Han Fei's eyebrows, two small vines stretched out, one of which had withered and turned yellow. The small vine was withered and yellow. When Han Fei deduced the 6th level of the void fishing art, this small vine almost withered. At this moment, in an instant, the green light shone brightly. The billowing black mist was crazily absorbed by the small vine. The withered yellow rhizome gradually began to restore its color, and there was a dense green light flowing on the vine. What's this? F*CK off. Ah. The black mist began to collapse inexplicably. The black mist seemed to want to shrink in a Han Fei's body. However, under the crazy devouring of the demon purification pot, the black mist drilled into Han Fei's body and was sucked out again. For a time, the eyes of all the experts in the Thousand-Star City were gathered on this space. However, the great Tao here was chaotic, and there was a terrifying Tao aura that obscured everyone's eyes. Open. A heaven-reaching fist print smashed out from the void forcefully. A venerable's chest was pierced with a big hole. Rip! Ren Tianfei tore this venerable apart. He didn't have time to care so much, and his big hand clawed at the void where Han Fei was. Han Guanchu's face changed slightly. On the Book of the Great Tao, golden light shone brightly, shaking off old monster Chu and stepping into the void. The patriarch of the Thug clan exploded his 5 skeleton hands and also disappeared into the void. A rotten body drilled out of the black mist. Who else could it be but the peak-level explorer of the Chu family? At this moment, he almost peed his pants. He thought he could kill Han Fei easily. Who would have expected that there was a great horror hidden in Han Fei's body? If it weren't for Han Fei, he would have been sucked dry by the black mist if it lasted for another 5 minutes. Even so, he had been seriously injured and lost more than half of his lifespan. Even if he found a heaven-defying medicine, he might not be able to make up for it. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed out of the black mist, he saw Ren Tianfei's figure. At that time, he felt terrible. He had just come out of the tiger's den and then entered the wolf's den. Ren Tianfei didn't have time to care about him at this moment. He just glanced at him and slapped him. This person exploded and his body was smashed into pieces. Ren Tianfei took a step and rushed into the black mist. Ren Tianfei glanced at his arms, which were slightly aging. However, he didn't care about it all. The indestructible body was activated and vitality was born. The 2 venerables who were chasing Ren Tianfei also wanted to rush into the black mist. However, as soon as they entered, they found that the vitality in their bodies was being extracted and their flesh and blood were being corroded. Immediately, the 2 retreated. Their physiques couldn't be compared with Ren Tianfei's. They were just ordinary venerables, and this black mist had obviously exceeded the range that ordinary venerables could bear. Ow! Kid, let Xiao Tong go back. We can talk about it. Damn, kid, did you hear what I said? Oh, gotcha. A crisp cracking sound could be heard, as if something had been broken. At that moment, the whole sky turned red, a rain of blood poured down, and the cracking sound echoed for millions of kilometers. In the next moment, the boundless black Qi immediately became thin, and the black shadow also disappeared without a trace. When Ren Tianfei arrived, he found that a touch of green light between Han Fei's eyebrows had been retracted. At the same time, there seemed to be a phantom in the black mist, but he didn't know where it had gone. Ren Tianfei picked up Han Fei with one hand and threw him to Luo Xiaobai and the others before the others arrived. Keep running. Then Ren Tianfei reached out into the void. Old Bai was slapping and seemed to be fighting with someone, but he was directly pulled out of the void. Ren Tianfei shouted, "Escort him away." Then Ren Tianfei grinned hideously. It seems that if I don't kill one of you today, you will forget my ability. Primordial Chaos Heaven-Breaking Hand. A big black palm, emitting endless white light, grabbed the venerable who had just been reborn from a drop of blood. Rumble. The big hand and the venerable's body exploded at the same time. Gotcha. Another red crack appeared in the sky and a rain of blood poured down. Ha ha ha. Who else? Han Fei felt that his head was humming as if it were being dragged. The bumpy ride almost knocked his head out of his skull. There seemed to be a noise in his ears. When Han Fei opened his eyes in a daze, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. "Olbai, go!" That coarse rebuke seemed to reverberate between heaven and earth. The veil of darkness in front of Han Fei seemed to be suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was between heaven and earth, high in the sky. Han Fei looked down, only to find that he was at least 1,000 meters above the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had been attached to him. His huge wings were spread, and there was still blood dripping from them. Suddenly, a knife light spanning 1,000 meters swept over Han Fei's head. Han Fei looked up in horror, only to find that a battle was going on in the sky. Old Bai was being besieged by a group of people who were all fierce. In the sky, several huge spiritual beasts were flying across the sky, blocking the sun and the sky. Shoot! Han Fei was horrified. He had seen this scene before. This scene happened when he climbed the altar at the bottom of the steps into the sea. Just when Han Fei was in a daze, he saw that Zhang Xuanyu had appeared beside him at some point. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Han Fei immediately grabbed Zhang Xuanyu, twisted his body, and appeared dozens of meters away. Swish! A sword chi swept over and suddenly pierced through the place where he was just now. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter.